Bover had been stuck partially inside Ravensborg's vehicle for an undetermined amount of time.
I never even noticed that.
I didn't either.
Well, join me.
Grab a juice right there. Well, again, thanks for coming down.
Absolutely.
Here's my card right away, so I don't
That's good, yep.
give it to you. I am the case agent for the Bureau in North Dakota, and our needs the supervisory special agent out here helping with it. So.
Assume you're similarly set up to us, yes? Okay.
Yeah.
We are.
I'm talking to Dave and everything.
Okay. All right. Well, we're out here trying to help piece this all together, and so we just want to get your take on what happened, what your recollection is.
Yep.
You know, there's no criminal charges filed right now. You're free to go at any time. Any questions that we ask, if you don't want to answer any of them, just let us know. Like I said, you are free to leave. At any point, if you decide you want to leave, just let us know you're done, and you can either walk out or we'll escort you out, whatever, however you want to do that. You know, if at any point you decide that
Paul?
don't want to talk anymore, we'll just end the interview, okay? So let me just get some basic information. So it's Jason, right? Jason. How do you spell your last name, and how do you say your last name?
That's always the trick. RAVNSBORG.
Okay.
But it's pronounced rounds, like a round circle.
Okay.
Berg, like an iceberg. It's Danish. They even said it wrong at the inauguration.
Isn't that how it goes?
My father was there, and he holding the Bible, and he goes, well, looks like you got some work to do yet.
Yeah, not how I would have guessed. I would have assumed Ravensborg.
Yeah, I get everything.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah. What's your date of birth?
4/12/76.
Okay. And what's your address?
1109 Bridgeview, all one word, in Pier 57501.
57501?
57501, yes.
Okay. And what's the best phone number to reach you at?
Okay, I can give you multiple ones.
Okay, yeah, I'll take them all.
So let's go with 605
Kitties, gamer.
773 3215.
And what is that?
That's the office.
Office? Okay. All right. So which one is the best one to get in touch with you?
Dude.
Well, I guess let's go with the
I
work
s-
cell.
Work cell?
Hold up.
All right. Okay. Like I said, we just want to get kind of
Absolutely.
the
Absolutely.
step-by-step account of what happened that night, and you know. So you're the
I'm the Attorney General of the state, yes.
Okay.
South.
Ravensborg is a politician, which is evident by how he pours on the charm for the detectives. His tone and conversation imply that they are somehow on the same team, which is a subtle attempt to get them to show him special treatment.
Go.
How long have you been doing this?
I got elected in 18, and I got sworn in on January 5th of 2019.
January what did you say?
January 5th
5th.
of 2019.
Okay. All right. And your office is here in Pier?
The main office is here.
Okay. What do I need? What do I need?
All right.
I need to go to the GE.
Which is up at the Mickelson Center.
Okay.
Where DCI is on second
Yep.
floor, and we're
Okay.
on first floor.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
Brandon
You pointed
Ambulance.
out that building to me yesterday. I had never seen it before.
Public safety building, is that what they call it?
The Mickelson, well, we call it the Mickelson Building. We had
Okay.
a governor that got killed in a plane crash, and we named it after him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Mickelson, I believe. Going. It's a pretty famous South Dakota name. The grandfather and father both were governors then.
Okay.
Wow.
And then the most recent one was the speaker. So,
Okay.
So,
Man, I had 2 hours sleep last night, so
happened
drained.
on
Damn.
Saturday
Bro.
night,
That's
which would have
crazy.
been the 12th.
Yes,
So it happened September 12th.
correct.
So, kind of take me through that evening leading up to that. Where were you at?
Okay, so I was in Redfield, South Dakota,
Yeah. Okay, so.
at a place called
Okay,
Roosters.
there's that.
And then that was at the Spink County Lincoln Day dinner. These are usually dinners held in the spring, but because of COVID have been largely moved to the fall, and they are county party functions, and I guess that's the Republican function,
Okay.
a political function. And Senator Rounds was there, and he was the keynote speaker.
At the Lincoln Day dinner?
At the Lincoln Day dinner.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's U.S. Senator Rounds. You know.
Okay.
And then I spoke at the event,
Okay.
and a guy named Larry Nielsen. Is
Wish
the
me luck,
chair
chat.
of the
Holy
party.
shit, here we go.
And
Let's
in
go, baby.
anticipation of a meeting, I did reach out to him and ask if I could have the guest list of who was there.
Yeah, right. I
He
texted, dude. I
provided
literally
that.
just was on
Oh,
Discord
okay.
and there's nothing
It
there.
was there.
Sure. Okay.
I
I have
also
no
had,
notifications. What do you mean? I was literally just on that
I
shit.
also got the waitress's name, so that I've never met her before that night, but I
Okay.
got her name just to show that I did not drink alcohol that night. So how these events usually work is they have like a silent auction. It's the party faithful come in. There's some speeches throughout the night. There's approximately 30 people there. I didn't count.
Okay.
Per se, 20, 30 people. And I had pictures with people.
You dead ass called me? Well, I have.
Being a statewide official.
No
I have pictures
notifications.
taken with people, and I have
I'll
pictures
tell
of me
ya.
on the stage. I took pictures of other legislators and Senator Rounds and other people.
Zero
I have
notifications,
pictures
Jay.
Of
Okay.
the event.
Zero notifications, Jay. Just
You
saying.
eat a meal, which I had a steak and a baked potato, and I had one Coca-Cola, regular Coca-Cola, and that's all I had to drink.
Ravensborg emphasizes that he
saying.
didn't have any alcohol that night and goes so far as to have the name of the waitress ready for confirmation. However, at such events, there is usually an opportunity to drink during the socializing, and one waitress would not have been able to keep track of him the entire night. If you haven't yet, check out my Patreon page for both exclusive and ad-free videos, like this one, The Interrogation of Tasha Thomas. This case will give you a glimpse at what happened.
You had an important
when
question
good
at the time?
people
Oh, okay,
get
well, I
tangled
just
in
never
horrible
got
events.
any
Watch that
notification
and
for
many
it or
more
anything.
at patreon.com.
You can still ask.
Stranger Stories Plus.
So feel free to
What
ask,
time
my
did
guy.
it start?
I'm all
So it
ears.
starts at approximately 5 o'clock. I think I arrived around 4:45 to 5, right in there. Right
20
before it
bomber?
started
Let's go.
officially. And then I want to say I left around 9:15. Okay.
Yeah, that's a huge hit. Let's go, baby. Oh.
Yeah, I was here at the time.
Yeah, you're not setting your watch by it or anything.
So you said left around 9 though, you thought?
Yeah, 9-ish.
Okay.
So I mean, the event happened like normal. They have auctions and speeches. Like
Come on,
I
kill
said,
this
and-
fucking guy.
And you mingle and talk with people, interactive throughout, and that's what a normal evening is, I guess. And then concluded that part of the program, or that evening, part of the evening. So if you have any other questions about that, you know.
Were you by yourself? I mean, did you attend it by yourself
Yes,
alone?
I drove to and from the event by myself.
Okay.
Come on.
And I guess
38
I was
HP. Just
driving my
fucking
own
kill
personal
them.
vehicle. I was not driving.
I think everyone, you go for it, gamer. Go
I
for it
thought
if you
that
want,
was
bro.
a
That'd
purely
help me out
political
tremendously.
Republican
Mhm.
event.
Okay. What is your personal vehicle?
A 2011 Ford Taurus, and it's red in color.
Okay. All right. So, so you said you were at the Spink County Lincoln Day dinner. Was that at That's in Redfield?
That's in Redfield.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding.
Yep.
And stream
Speaks
keys,
the
but you gotta
county
figure it
name,
out. Oh, true.
Redfield,
I don't
the
even
town
use
name.
Restream,
Like the
brother.
county seat
I don't
of
know
that
anything
town.
about that.
Gotcha.
County, sorry.
Okay. How far is that from
There, I
here,
use OBS,
like,
Jim.
driving time-wise?
I use
Approximately
OBS,
2
and if I'm
hours,
streaming
okay.
here, if I'm streaming with vertical, there's this thing you can download, and it will set up a vertical
Is it
outlay like
basically
this.
a straight shot on that highway
We'll
that...
have a
Okay, so
vertical
okay, the
stream on the
nickel
side. Like you
center.
see the vertical one there. I can just have
Highway
2 streams
14.
going like that. I
How
don't
I
use
traveled
Restream.
Is I traveled all the way straight on
I don't know
14
anything
till
really
I got
about it, to be
Miller,
honest
South
with you.
Dakota.
So
Okay.
I wouldn't
And
have
I
been
went
able to
north.
help you anyway.
And then there's a T intersection. I guess I don't know the name of the road offhand at the
You know what I mean?
moment, but you go north.
Yo, Jack, we
T
should
intersection.
collab on RS and do
You
Castle
go
Wars.
left, you're gonna go to
You need to get your
Faulkton.
combat level up. I don't even know what
You go
Castle
right, you
Wars
go to
is,
Redfield.
but I'd be down to play some RuneScape with
Obviously,
you
I went
sometimes.
right, so
We
you
can do
basically
some
need
like
an F
bossing
curve.
or raiding or something, you know?
Is the route.
Okay.
I'd be down for that. I gotta learn them and stuff though. I don't know any of the bosses really, other than like the easy ones.
And then on your way home,
Same route.
same
back.
route, just... Okay.
In reverse, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So you left around 9. Did you make any stops?
27 banger.
I did not make any stops. No.
Okay.
Come on.
All right.
Until the incident.
Right. Okay. So
The there.
you're driving, and
Hit him.
Kind of tell me about what happened then.
I left the
Nice.
event and I'm heading west on that initial road. I called my father.
Okay.
His name is Richard Brownsburg. Obviously, same last spelling. I mean, I can spell it again to make it easy. But,
5 HP on him. Go
my
on.
mother passed
Hit,
away
hit,
3
hit,
years ago
hit,
unexpectedly,
hit.
so I try
There
to
we
call
go.
my father every night. And so
Okay.
I called him.
Uh-huh.
My phone shows that I called him for 23 minutes, apparently.
Okay.
That's not, I just kind of the time. But then on the curve, when you go south towards Miller again.
The Restream
off
goated
the road
low-key?
south, there's a big dead
I don't know,
spot
man.
out
I'd
there
much
somewhere.
rather just use
And
this vertical
the call
stream
dropped.
because I can use this
And
vertical.
So then I called my father
I
back.
can stream off of
and
OBS
it was a very
and
short
have like
2 minute,
stream on
hey, I didn't
Twitch,
hang up on you kind of
YouTube,
call.
Kick, all of
I
that
just
shit
called
all
you
at
back,
once. I
but
don't need
didn't,
to stream. You know what I mean?
It dropped or something, and I didn't hang up on you.
Right.
And then I turned the corner at Miller, and I drove on 14 again now, and went until I got to Highmore. I approached Highmore, and slowed down through the town, and I thought about getting some gas or not. I looked to the left and right, and they just both looked closed, so I didn't do that. And I went through, and I saw a sign that said 65 miles an hour, so I believe I started to accelerate. And then I saw a sign that said 48 miles to Pier, and you just kind of did one of those groans, like, oh, you still got 48 miles to go, and then, quite frankly, wham!
Okay.
I hit, the incident happened. I never saw anything.
It did its purpose last night. Yeah, that's all that matters, right? As long as it's working.
I immediately jump out of the car and call 911 within.
That's all that matters. You know what I'm saying?
I believe my phone will show, and the records show 1024 is what when I called.
Called 911.
Right. I mean, if I can demonstrate a little bit, I got out of the car and I jumped out, and I'm looking back towards Highmore, because I think I'm at Highmore, but now I'm shook up.
Uh-huh.
And I call and I said, I am the Attorney General. I am approximately.
There was really no reason for Ravensborg to state that he was the Attorney General. It had no bearing on how the EMTs should have responded or how Ravensborg should have been treated. It is also odd that he called 911 if he only thought he had struck an animal.
A mile west
Not
of
really.
Highmore,
People call 911 all the time when they strike an animal. That's not odd at all.
I hit something in the road. I need some assistance. Who is this? Is the response I get, and I think, and that's not 100%, but
Come on.
I said
Come on,
my
come on.
name, my Jason Ravensburg. I'm not sure. you know, I remember thinking at the time, which was easier, you know, it's not an easy name.
Right.
Mhm.
But I am walking back towards Highmore as I'm talking to her, because I'm trying to see that sign for the town to make sure that I'm at Highmore.
Okay.
Get out!
And I think I said something like, yes, I'm at Highmore, you know, a mile west of Highmore. And she said, the sheriff, something to the effect, the sheriff is the only one on duty and he'll be out soon. And I said, that'd be fine. I hang up the phone and I put it on the light, like it's got a flashlight feature, and I start to look at the highway, and I look at the road ditch to see if I
Where
can
is this
see
fucking goofball?
anything that I hit, because
No, take this, take this,
I'm
take this.
thinking it's a deer at this point, but I did not see
Oh,
anything.
let's go, baby.
You know, I didn't have a time to swerve or accelerate or decelerate. or
Yeah,
anything.
just
I
hit
didn't
that
see
ABI
anything.
isn't even paused.
And I then
There you
go to the
go.
front
Do
of my
MC.
vehicle,
What's
and
MC?
I snap one picture of the vehicle, and I'm willing to give you that, obviously, too. Then the sheriff pulled up, so I stopped taking any other pictures because he stopped, so it just interrupted me, and I said, and so that's Sheriff Volek, Volek, I believe is his name. And
Minecraft? Oh, yeah.
I said, he said, well, what happened?
Dude, oh my god, chat. I can't believe
I
I'm
got hit
killing
by
the
a deer and it was in the middle of the road.
KVD,
I don't know.
I can't believe I'm killing the
And
KVD.
he
I remember when
commented,
I was playing
and
RuneScape
I
back in
shook-
like
he
fucking
looked at it,
2007
he looked
and
at
shit.
my
This
vehicle
was like
and
my
said
goal
something to the
was
effect
to
of,
like be able to do
well, at least
Holy
it didn't knock
shit.
out your
This is
side
fucking
window.
surreal.
Because it did not break the passenger window. And I'm looking at it, and I did not observe any blood or fur or anything. You know, no damage. You know, any effects. And I didn't see anything on the ground of any liquids, I guess. I don't know how to say that. But again, I did see, like I said, my debris was on the shoulder. And I believe I was on the road the whole time. He then said, well, get your registration and proof of insurance and come back to the car with me. So I get in my car and I do that. I get those things and I take those items back to the car, and he fills out, I guess I didn't bring that with me, I can show you that too, but he gave me a red tag, which basically means that you have, and it says on there, you've reported the accident to law enforcement immediately and complied with the law, basically. You got something similar, but I can obviously give you a copy of that. I'm willing to do so.
Okay.
He said, well, are you all right? And I said, yeah, well, I'm just shook up. I mean, I think I'm physically all right, but I'm shook up. And he goes, well, it's going to, do you want to ride into, where do you live? He did ask, I think in the sequence, where do you live? I said, well, I live in Pier. And I think I probably went too far. I think I told him the exact street and even described where I lived. And he said, no, I just need to know what town you're in. Do you think you're able, we'll have to get a tow truck out here for it. Okay. Do you think you're able to drive? I said, yes. But you just mentioned the tow truck, and obviously the windshield smashed in pretty good, and I don't know if it's safe to drive. And he says, no. Well, would you like me to take you to Pier, or would you like to drive? And I says, quite frankly, whatever you think is best, Sheriff, at this point, whatever. And he says, well, how about we take you to the house? And so from the crash site, he was at his house is literally the very next gravel road, and then up, I don't know, a quarter, half mile back in is his house. So he took me to his house and actually gave me one of his personal vehicles, and he let me take it to go back to Pier. About 2 miles, I approximate, about 2 miles down the road, he pulls me over again. And I said, is there something wrong? Is there something else? And he goes, you didn't give me the keys to the car. And so I give him all of my keys. And he says, no, just give me the car key, you can keep the rest. So then I, worked with it to take it off of the keychain, and then it's one of those where it's black, and it's got, the key, so it's a more of a thick key kind of thing. It's got a remote control on it and everything. So I fumbled with that a little bit, I'll admit, and then I gave him that, and he said, you're free to go again. I mean, continue. I don't know if I was right there, or, I did see the white pickup in the ditch at the time, but I didn't put two and two together yet. I saw a white pickup that looked damaged in the ditch. But I continued home, and I did call my chief of staff, who is Tim Borman, and I called the director of DCI, who is Dave Natvig, and just said that I was in an accident, and I believed it was a deer, and I sent them a copy of the photo, and then
Ravensborg is overreacting to striking a deer. The police arrived and checked the scene. Ravensborg was unharmed, and he wasn't expected to go into work. No one needed to be notified. Anyone else would have casually mentioned to coworkers that they had hit a deer the night before, and that would have been the end of it. When you start to build a case, when no one has accused you of anything, it only serves to make people suspicious.
Probably should just do the quest
back and say, "Can I bring the vehicle back? What arrangements do I need?" And then Tim would come back with me the next day to take the vehicle back to him. And I got home safely, no incidents from there.
Thanks for the tips.
11:45, midnight, somewhere in there, approximately. Get up the next morning. The arrangement I'd made with Tim was he was going to be at my house at 8 o'clock with his vehicle, and he would follow me to Highmore. And I told him, well, I wanted to gas up the vehicle in Highmore, and I thought that was the right thing to do. The guy loaned me his vehicle. I'm going to fill it up at least. And then I said, I talked with Tim of, we need to look, I never looked on the other side of the road when I looked. I looked on the right north side, but I never looked on the left south side. We should probably look there and look at the, I want to see what this deer, if it made it, or what happened. So we fill up with gas, and we go back and we park on the north side of the road where my debris is still sitting there. And, oh, by the way, probably some things assumed, but the car is gone, of course. My car is gone. The tow truck had come sometime in the middle of the night with the sheriff, and that was not there anymore. So this is approximately 9:30 in the morning that we're at the site. I said, well, Tim, you go right from there was a chunk of my fender or quarter panel there right on the top on the shoulder.
On the north side.
On the north side,
okay.
On the shoulder, not down in the grass, up on the shoulder. And then you go left, or you go right, and I'll go left. And I initially thought I saw it, and it looked like a fawn.
I'm a fox? Yeah, that's what's up.
In the ditch. So
we got love for foxes around here.
I see
Me personally, I'm a chimpanzee that got mutated over time, and they call me a human now. Pretty weird, yeah, I know, right?
Not good.
It's pretty weird. But it's the way the cookie crumbles, I guess.
So I, quite frankly, stammered, Tim, something to that effect, and trying to just get his attention.
See, I can speak Ken.
Have him come up, and and I kind of maybe run towards him a little bit, and Tim.
That plays games.
I don't
Fair.
think I told him what I'd found. You need to come here and see it, and then he saw it. And
that's fair.
I said to him next, well, we need to go find the sheriff again. And I know he's right up the road here. And Tim says, well, I will follow you. We'll take the vehicle back, and we'll go find the sheriff. So I found the body, and I said that we should go find the sheriff. We went to the sheriff's house. He come out to greet us, and he said, good morning. And I said, I don't say morning, but you need to come see this. And I found a body. And he said, you're shitting me, or no shit, something to that effect. And I I need you to come see this. And we left his vehicle that he loaned us there. I'm going to give him the key back. I jump in with Tim, and we go back to the site. And at the site, I show the sheriff what I'd found. And the sheriff asked me how I was. And I says, well, obviously, I'm even more shook up now. And he told Tim to look after me, and look after me, take care of me, and then he would be contacting DCI, our equivalent, and then go from there. And then we basically got in the vehicle and came back to Pier. And then some point in the morning, the Highway Patrol asked if I would do a blood draw, and I did do that yesterday voluntarily. I'll let you ask questions from there. I mean, that's the bulk of the story, I guess.
So after you struck this person, and you got out and you looked and didn't see anything, and did you call anyone before you went and talked to or before the sheriff came? Did you call anyone besides the 911?
No.
Okay. How about after the sheriff gave you the car, you called Tim, right?
I called Tim,
and
I called Dave.
Anybody else?
And my father.
Okay. Called your dad?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love how when humans are in trouble, their first initial reaction is always to just go and talk to their parents.
And the sheriff, I called the sheriff back. I think I told you that, but I called the sheriff on the way home. I called the sheriff back and said, I'd like to bring the vehicle back
right
in the morning,
okay.
Right away.
Okay.
And he said, whenever,
yeah.
Whatever works for you. And I said, well,
okay.
I'll bring it back right away in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Should be able to get one more Casey here.
Okay. What cell phone did you make these calls on? Do you remember? Do you usually carry both cells with you?
Oh,
yes.
Chat, I'm so
I
dumb.
do that for multiple reasons. I mean, if it is truly a political call, I do try to only be on the one phone.
Uh-huh.
And obviously lots of them
I
work
fucking left
right,
my
I
tally
only be on that phone
at
if I can.
Uh-huh.
And then just that I am the
half
Attorney
of
General
100K,
availability. If they can't get me on one, they do try me on the other one.
Right.
Obviously, I am, try to be as present as I can be for
right.
Amulet
situations
power.
like this.
Uh-huh. Okay. All right. When you got home that night then, did you call anybody else?
I only talked, I think I only talked to those 3 people.
Okay.
I don't know if when I got home,
okay.
I don't, if I called them when I got home or not. I think I might have talked to, Tim or Dave when I made it to the house.
Mm-hmm.
Just coordinating the next day, telling, that I, hit something, and, I didn't know where my car was going. I never got from the sheriff where it was being towed to.
Mm-hmm.
When I say silent most of the time,
that
damn.
yeah,
I'm the opposite, bro.
Chief Jones, who you met in the hall, had told me the next day that the Pier PD had towed it and were putting it inside, basically, to secure it.
Okay.
So, and then I've called.
I'm annoying, bro. I'm annoying as fuck. I'm a talker.
On,
even though I'm a massive introvert, I'm a huge talker.
Okay. All right.
Ravensborg has given a detailed account of what happened. In fact, there is too much detail, which often happens when people are trying to make a story sound believable.
And you had said you hadn't had anything to drink.
Absolutely zero. I have one regular Coca-Cola.
Okay.
Fuck.
And I'm not on any medication.
Okay.
Nice.
I was set to have a teeth taken out actually this week, and I was supposed to take antibiotics yesterday, but I didn't do it. So because of this.
Yeah. Do you normally wear glasses or anything like when you're driving?
No.
Okay. Any like cheaters or anything?
No.
Okay. We found a pair of broken glasses in your vehicle, but they weren't sunglasses. They almost looked like cheaters of some sort. They were like a black framed glass. Part of them was laying on the front passenger floorboard, and part of them were laying in the back seat, broken half. Do you know?
You good?
I wish I had a picture of them.
Yeah, if you had a picture of them, I could, yeah.
Right. I don't have a picture with me.
Yeah, they're just the standard black frames.
Yeah, standard black plastic
Okay,
frames.
I'm speculating without looking at them, but I'm in the military,
Uh-huh.
and we have sunglasses and different things that I have through, I don't know if that's that style or not.
Yeah.
And it very well could be.
Right.
Because
they're clear lenses.
And or sunglasses
Yeah.
I have, obviously,
Yep.
just as a
And
regular
I found
person.
some sunglasses in there.
Right.
So those glasses were kind of just
in the car
Come on,
somewhere.
come on.
Yeah,
Hit him. Hit him.
I've
Hit
got
him.
multiple
There we go.
pairs of sunglasses. I
That's
lose
okay.
them.
Yeah.
Quite frankly.
Yeah. Yep. And like I said, these weren't sunglasses. They were actually kind of looked like they weren't real great quality. I mean, the frames were snapping up, but the lenses were intact, but the lenses had fallen out of the frames of them and were laying there, and they kind of were just somewhat out of place as when you don't know what you're looking at. So we were wondering if those were yours or somebody else's. I wish I had a picture of them. That would clear that right up.
I'd be happy to look at it. Whenever
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Send me a picture, or show me a picture, or show me the glasses, or whatever.
Right. Okay. So, speed-wise, you usually try to stay around the speed limit. I mean, are you?
Yes. I mean, I don't.
Okay.
I went through town. I went through a town. I know I slowed down.
Holy fuck! I
coming into
forgot
the
to tell
town,
you.
And then I saw that 65 sign. So I mean, again, I'm looking off to the right.
Uh-huh.
I saw those two signs, and then I believe I started to speed up. To meet that from the town speed to the highway speed.
Right.
But I mean,
Okay.
I don't know exactly what I was going. I mean,
Right.
I'm sure you'll tell me. That.
Right. Well, and the
We don't.
Yeah, I don't know either.
We're still in a preliminary thing, so we're still working on this. We wanted,
Right.
in all fairness, to give you a chance to tell us what you know about it, and we're gonna.
Right.
Right. And the reason I was asking about the speed was more just because we all know people that, if the speed limit said 65, they were probably going 85, and then there's other people that are, if it said 65, I was going 70 at the most, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I go, if at the most, 4 over.
Okay.
So like if you're on the interstate, we have interstates of 80, I at most go 84. That's the most. I mean, a lot of times I just go 80 or 81 or right there.
Lost 8 in a row last night. Chat. I'm not gonna lie. I'm in a player versus player zone. I'm in a player versus player zone, and I cannot read chat at the moment, or else I will fucking die 100%.
Because it cover the whole state, so I assume that you put a fair amount of miles on.
Yes.
Or else I will die.
Not as many this year with COVID as past years.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Do you always use your personal card, or?
Well, it depends on the event.
Sure.
Obviously, if I'm going to purely a work event, I'll take a state vehicle.
We both lost.
What do they give you to drive?
So I have 2 different vehicles that I drive for the state.
Oh my god, we made it.
One is a Suburban.
Let's go. Holy shit.
Suburban. And I believe the other one's a Chevy Malibu. I haven't recently used that one.
Chat, that was stressful.
Not very much.
I gotta remember to
Suburban, it hauls
take
stuff
my
around
fucking
from, like, the
Telio.
Consumer Protection Department and stuff, and had the fares, and I had to use the car a little bit. Those are the 2 state vehicles that I have access to or use, I guess.
Okay. But so since this was more of a political event,
I thought this was a purely down and back, all political event. I used my personal car.
Okay.
Depending on the charges, whether or not he used his private car or a government issue vehicle needed to be determined. Operating government property while intoxicated would have gotten Ravensborg in even more trouble.
All right.
Excuse me. Yo, how is Izzy got Rizzy? That chick hasn't even been in my stream in literally like over a year.
Well, yes.
And she's still in number 8. That's crazy. That just shows you how dead my channel is.
I'm sure they
Or my channel is.
So,
You know?
I mean, I've been stopped
Damn.
for speeding, got warnings,
That's
got
wild.
tickets through the years. Yes.
Oh, okay. Any really excessive ones? Jason?
No, I wouldn't say excessive. If at most 5 or 10.
Not
at
like
the most.
25 over
No,
or
no.
something like that.
I actually grew up in Iowa, and the rule there is if you're over 15, they can take your license on the spot. So I've never gone that fast, and I never really have a need to go that fast. I plan out how much and everything I need to go, and
Sure.
That was a pretty good run right there, actually. Holy shit.
So when you were at this event, did you have both your phones with then too, so that
yes,
everybody that you're familiar, I mean, the workers, I'm assuming
I might as well go
it's
over
like
here.
the agency
Right.
can get a hold of you on that phone, and then
Might as well go over
you
here
might
and
call
pray
your
out the
dad on
altar.
other phone, or it might blend together.
Right. I mean, so one is AT&T.
Chat, I'll be right back.
one
I
is
gotta
Verizon.
take this
So
so
that's
bad.
the other
Oh my
thing.
God, I gotta go
Sure.
get the
So
altar. Yeah.
there's just dead spots with both in the state, and sometimes they do blend, but it's because I can't get you on the other phone, or I'm talking to Director Natvig and it drops and I can't get him back on that phone. I will use the other phone
Sure.
to,
Yeah.
to continue the conversation.
Okay. So I'm assuming you're like most, you carry them with you all the time, kind
Yes.
of thing. And
Yeah.
So would you consent to us looking at your phone?
Absolutely.
Can we do, what we'd actually do is a download on them.
Okay.
And what it does is it puts it, it would download
Yep.
the data on there.
Right.
And,
I would ask just that one question. How long does that take? I am still the Attorney General. And
yes, and I knew that was going to be a concern.
Right.
So
I've been answering lots of, not just about this situation, business still goes on, and I've been
Sure.
answering questions and dealing with things. Yes.
Sure.
Mhm.
And I
I'm
think
very happy to comply. I just want
I think what we'd like to do is if we could take one
Okay.
and start that and do that,
to, okay?
and then do the other one.
Okay.
But
That'd
like
be
always,
fine.
we'd have to have you sign a consent.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I mean, I'm not.
I'm fully complying with that, yep.
Yeah. So
The other question we had was about doing the test skid.
yeah.
They explained that to him a little bit more.
Would you be willing to let us take the car back out there and kind of go down the road at the same time, or the same area, and do a test skid?
Okay, I don't know what that last word was, test skid.
Skid?
Skid, okay, yes.
So did your car skid at all when you?
As the best that I recollect, I'm driving along in the drive lane and wham, and then I react and I might have hit the brake then. I did, work myself to the shoulder then.
Sure.
I don't know if I slammed
was-
on the brakes,
Sure.
It was more the jolt of it, than trying to just control the car to get off the shoulder.
Sure.
But yes,
And
I would consent. Yes.
That's something that we want to just, we want to double.
Yep.
Quite honestly, we're not leaving anything unturned.
I understand that.
And
I understand why.
yeah.
And I guess I don't want you to,
Right.
I want you to explore this as much.
You want to be as transparent as, I mean,
Absolutely fine.
you're in a tough spot.
I'm in an extremely tough spot.
And it's like, we get it.
Mhm.
A skid test will help prove if any of the markings on the road are from Ravensborg. But if he was under the influence, he might not have had time to react.
We're trying to
But I believe I did not do anything wrong, and I obviously replayed it in my mind about 1,000 times, and what would I have done different? But I never saw him, I've learned, or anything. I hit it,
yeah.
and then tried to react appropriately from there.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't
That
sleep
was
good at
fun.
night and everything else, so it's like,
Challenge.
yeah, it's a tough situation, and we get it. We understand, and we're trying to be,
So the bottom line answer is yes.
Okay.
I consent to you to take out, and you can do whatever you need to do to the
You ain't on the
car.
next one yet.
I'll look at the glasses or whatever needs to
Okay,
be looked
you're
at.
right.
Yep.
So
and actually, I might, if I could take one of them and
Okay.
get them started on it,
All right.
that way
Yep.
we could, but we
Okay.
better do
And
that
yeah.
first.
Okay, so.
I think I'll do a separate form for each phone as we go.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're kind of doing it
Separate.
Yep,
kinda separate.
understand. Yep.
Just to So, which phone do you want to go with?
This. I'll give you this one first. This
Okay.
is my personal campaign phone.
Okay, and what kind of phone is that?
Droid is
Okay.
as best as I understand it.
All right, you mind if I look at it?
Absolutely. So that one has no.
Do you want to put it in airplane mode for me?
Okay.
And then, is it got a passcode?
It does not have a passcode.
Okay.
Okay. Airplane mode. Okay, so to show you.
All right.
Yeah. So at the top here, you just swipe. Well, that's all my messages. All. Okay. Here, you come here, and then you further go down here.
I always find it
Okay.
funny how uncomfortable
And then
people get when you
airplane
start like
mode's up
going
here
through
in the
their
corner.
phone and shit.
Airplane
It's just
mode,
like,
turn
All right. That
hey,
is what
you
our
got shit to
guys
hide.
like.
You can
absolutely,
do
yeah.
all you want.
And we actually we brought
And
two
bother
of
me.
our computer forensic guys
Yep.
out here with us, so they're here too, and
Yep.
they can take this and go with it right away.
Yep.
So,
So this is the 60. I don't know if you give you the number again. You know,
yeah, let
that's
me.
the-
All right, I just wanna. I don't know. I'm not so good with all this stuff. All right, so this is, I'm just trying to figure out the make and
So-
model of this phone.
Okay, well, that's just where I put
That's
my
your
business
business
cards. I mean, it's just a way to.
So let's see. I should
A 5G. Well, if you shut it off and turn it on, it'll tell you.
Okay.
I mean, I learned that doing it myself here. So you shut it off on the right side here. You just hold it. Power off, and then we're going to turn it. Well, we'll turn it off and we'll turn it right back on. But it'll
Watch
show
it
you
use
the
again.
name
Yeah,
of
it's like it crumbles on.
5G, whatever. Okay, so then again, you press it to start it up again here.
I don't think it's all the way
Okay,
done
there
yet.
it is.
Now it's
Okay.
going.
LG Stylo 5P.
Okay.
Told you, let's go.
Plus, yes.
That's unfortunate for you, but hey,
So
let's go
how
for
would I
They'll
me.
get the serial number off of it when they
Yeah.
hook the device.
Yeah, I was more wondering
Forward
if it
for
was
you.
Samsung or
Yeah,
LG or what it was.
So we'll-
Good for me.
One-
So this one's AT&T.
That's an AT&T.
Okay.
So when we get it powered up, you said it doesn't have a passcode. Is it just a swipe
Yep,
of
just
some sort?
so I'll show you. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so it comes up, swipe to unlock. I guess when you, it just takes a second.
It's not ready to be swiped.
Yeah, it's like slow down. Okay.
So that's all we have to do.
Yep.
Okay. I will go get them started on it right away so we could
Yep.
All right.
exchange it out and
So here's what I got, is it's just the consent to search, your name, we're at the Pier Police Department, I, Jason Rounsberg. I got that right, didn't I?
Yes, you got it right. Good
Nope.
job.
Knowing that I may refuse to consent to such a search, hereby authorize the following officers or agents. I just put NDBCI special agents because I don't know which ones.
Absolutely.
And the special
Let's try
agents with
Frost,
BCI
yeah.
to search the LG Stylo 5 Plus. What was the phone number for that?
I came from Yankton before.
Okay.
Kept
Search for
rolling.
LG Stylo 5 Plus with phone number that.
Yep.
So this written permission is being given by me to the above named officers and or agents voluntarily and without threats or promises of any kind. So what I need you to do is sign it right there. And at any time, with either of these phones, you have mine and
Do I need to date it?
I'll take care of that.
Okay.
You have mine and Arnie's phone numbers.
Yep.
If you call us and tell us stop searching, we will terminate that search immediately.
Searching Ravensborg's phone will be helpful in determining if he was truthful about his location and the phone calls he made. It will also give them a more exact time frame.
Understood.
I'm going to take a copy of that with
Okay.
Joe so they know what number that they're dealing with and such.
Arnie, I'll have you sign there too as a witness.
I know you guys aren't the techie guys, but do you know approximately how long that takes? Or?
Depends on how much stuff is in it.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
I'll give you this one for that.
Right.
We'll get it going out with
Photos and everything else.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah, and it can be something that I can call you when we're done with it, and then we can just do a swap,
yes.
'cause I'm sure you got things to do too.
I do.
So
But for example, like that is the photo I'm willing to give you.
okay.
That's the photo I took at night.
Uh-huh.
The night it happened.
Right.
How do I
okay.
get that, or just when you take the phone, you'll get that?
They'll get that. They'll
Okay,
take it.
so I'm just telling you.
Yep. Okay.
And you'll see, I guess I would show you that that's me speaking that night,
Okay.
and then obviously various legislators. These are both legislators. He's the Public Utility Commissioner. That's the chairman of the party. That's Senator Rounds. You know, and people that I was seen with. You know, at
No!
the event.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
So I mean, you can.
Right.
All them
I'm
people
such
that I
a
was at the event
fucking
with, and-
knob.
And you said you had a list.
I have a list. Yeah.
Okay,
Is there
and
an
then-
email, or can I?
Yeah, no, it's soon. Alright, bro.
Oh,
I
You
send
do
it to
your
your
thing.
email.
Yep. Just send it
I
to my
will
email
forward
right
you
there.
the list of
Yep.
people, and I also have the waitress's name, like I
Okay.
said.
Yeah.
so
If you could send me.
I don't have any contact
blessed,
information,
you as
but she's
well,
at that
homeboy.
restaurant.
Right,
and you
yeah.
can easily find her if
Yep.
you need
It should
to.
be easy to find her. So if we end up deciding we want to just speak with Tim, since he had went out there with,
Yes.
is he?
Yes, he fully
he can make
cooperates also.
himself available to
Yep.
us. Do you have his
So,
contact
yep, let's
info?
give it to you here. I'm gonna look it up.
It's Tim Borman.
Yeah, BORMANN.
Okay.
He's my chief of staff.
Okay.
I'll give you his official title and everything.
Okay.
And his phone number. Now, Dad is low tech.
Right.
That's a landline home phone.
Okay.
So it'd be, I call him at 10:15 every night, or
Right.
or this night I called him a little ahead of time.
Uh-huh.
And that he works at a manufacturing company, and he's a farmer.
Right.
So he works until dark, and then he comes in.
Comes
I
in.
mean, I can either help you arrange it, but I would,
Okay.
or
Where do you live at?
Quimby, Iowa.
Quimby. Okay.
Quimby. It is approximately 100 miles from Yankton
Okay.
into Iowa. I mean, 100 total
So 100 miles east.
of Yankton-ish.
Okay.
And, I mean, I can arrange a time, but I mean, I would,
Okay.
otherwise I would suggest you call him if you want to talk with him at 9 o'clock or later
Okay.
in the evening.
Right. Okay.
You know,
That'll work.
I mean,
Yeah.
He will
Right.
be in from the house, in from
Right.
chores and outside activities and talk
Okay.
to you. And
Do you know his address? Okay. All right. So yeah, I think for the reconstruction part, they wanted, which is not in my wheelhouse at all. We don't do that that's trooper stuff. They want to do some sort of skid. That's why I said, well, here he can explain it because they talked to him about it.
For fuck's sake.
I don't know if they'll do that today or not. We processed the vehicle today. They had obtained a search warrant to do it. Just
Okay.
Processed it. Just took any little bit of evidence that
Mhm.
could have found. Other than that, I'm guessing the car will stay in
This car will stay in.
the custody of law enforcement until this is all resolved, and we know how something like this can go. And
When can I get personal possessions back? I mean,
what are you looking to get out of it?
Nothing.
I just
mean,
fucked
wanna
up
make
and
sure.
Make sure that if there is something in there
Right,
you
yeah,
need.
I mean, there's
Okay. Let me talk to
little
him. We'll
stuff.
see what we can arrange.
Nothing. It's pretty clean, and I mean, I
Yo,
got the
Zeno,
stuff
are
in the
you in my
trunk, like
fucking stream
an
still, buddy?
emergency kit and stuff.
Right.
I mean,
Mhm. Yeah.
nothing's pressing, I guess. I mean, I
Right.
grabbed my chargers for my cell phone, and that's about it. I mean, I didn't grab much out of there. I mean,
Yeah.
I think the remote control to your garage door to get in the house.
Right. I'm gonna call Arnie and see if he can snap a photo of those eyeglasses.
Yep,
and then,
absolutely. Yep.
The detective is still interested in the glasses. Many people are aware that there are legal consequences to texting while driving, but the same also applies to people who have been prescribed glasses for driving.
If you can just text it to me, and then I can show you that right away. And
Mhm.
it was just kind of the one thing in there that was a little out of place.
Mhm.
And it wasn't even terribly out of place either. I had a little cold. I don't have COVID.
Good. That'd be a kicker.
Yeah. I wouldn't be in here with you if I did. Hey, that pair of broken eyeglasses that we took out of the car, would you be able to snap a photo of those for me, and then just text it to me? Okay, thank you. Bye. Probably better to have that guy do it anyways, because he was helping with that. So, do you have any questions of us at this point?
Not really.
Yeah, just kind of one of those.
I know how it goes.
Yeah, it's a process right now, and
These are the reports that come through.
yeah. So, Drossky's gonna snap a photo of those eyeglasses
Oh,
and text
yeah.
it to me. So,
Okay, good. Good, and then we can figure out what those are.
yeah.
anyway.
He's also wondering about getting some personal items out of that vehicle.
I don't see why we couldn't.
I didn't see why we couldn't either.
Nothing's pressing, as I told him. I just
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I know you have a tie, or your red tie that you're wearing. I do, when I saw your photo, I'm like, oh, well, there's the red tie he was wearing.
well, typically I take off. I get to the car and I
You as
take
well,
off.
Paul?
I don't blame you.
And what kind of stuff is it? Is it?
Well, I mean, there's some CDs and such.
Oh, okay.
We could get some CD books or something in there.
Right.
Yeah.
I listen to those sometimes, but I was not listening to those when this happened. The ones, quite frankly, were boring. I didn't like them, so I started it on the way over, and they just weren't interesting to me, so I didn't continue with those.
Sure.
And then in the back, in the trunk, as I told him, there's like an emergency kit and different things that are standard and stuff. I mean, nothing, there's some campaign stuff in the back seat, I think, just...
Yeah, we'll make sure you get all that stuff. And
Right.
they're still doing some stuff with it, so once we're done with doing that kind of stuff,
Right.
we'll get you whatever you need.
Right.
Do you remember what you were listening to? Is that
I thought I turned the radio off.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
actually.
Behide's better than this.
But I just...
I'm just getting rinsed.
I don't know that 100%, so I just... Yeah.
Yo, chat, is there anyone in my fucking stream that plays RuneScape that can bring me an extended anti-fire pot? I accidentally used
with the military.
all of mine.
Right. No, that's right. And you're saying, I was like,
Ready.
I don't think that would be.
I will pay you handsomely. I'll give you $1 million.
No, I don't recognize that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
About it, but
All right.
I just don't want to waste time and run back.
He said Tim Borman would also make himself available if we do need him.
Oh, okay.
absolutely.
So,
Yeah, we might as well
right.
He'll run down here right now. I mean, if you want to.
take care of
Right.
as much stuff as we
Mhm.
can. I took it and they're hooking it up right away.
Okay.
They'll have kind of a better idea if we give them like 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, sure.
It'll kind of show them how much data is on there,
Mhm.
and then they can get a rough guess of how long it's going to take. It might be something we need to bring to you and
Right,
then
and switch out.
exchange it out.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I've had some that take them 20 minutes, and I've had some that have taken them 6 hours.
Yeah.
No, that's it.
Usually that-
I showed him the photo, I guess on this one, of the car that I took, and then that's the photo I took that night. And then if you scroll, you can see pictures from the event. Scroll. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Right,
I think I'm just gonna go buy the
Speaking
Dragon
of
Hunter
and
Lance.
others,
Fuck it.
Legislators and senators.
Honestly.
Sure. Chairman of the party there. So, but I'm like a lot of people. I keep a lot of them on there, and I don't delete them.
Sure.
So that's probably gonna, for them, suck more data because they're more pictures.
Ravensborg is
Nice.
uncomfortable when he isn't filling the silence. Even when he isn't being questioned, he feels the need to explain every movement and choice that he describes, although much of it has no bearing on the case.
Oh, it must be the washer fluid that dumped.
Yep, that was empty in your car. That was the only fluid that we saw that looked like it had probably leaked out.
Okay. Like I said, I didn't see anything, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Go on.
Because I guess I would say I did.
Come on.
I've hit a couple different deer through the year campaigning, and
Mm-hmm. Then you're on the road that much, I'm guessing that frequently.
Come on,
yeah, I had one
man.
on by Wall, South Dakota. He stood right in the middle. It was truly what you'd say a deer in the headlights. You know, I tried to get over and I clipped him, you know, still. But this one I never saw anything.
So when you struck something, you didn't see anything even then, huh?
No,
Okay.
See that again?
because it was more the
How-
jolt of it all.
How far did you end up going? Do you have, I mean, and I get it, it's, I mean,
Yeah,
what,
because
what's your feeling how far you went before you were able to get it to a complete stop?
I guess I would just be approximating, because I didn't, I guess I looked
Yeah, it is-
at,
and it
I looked
is-
at where that one quarter panel piece that's on the shoulder
Sure.
was, you know, and then, I mean, it was a little ways from there.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it's hard to approximate.
Yeah, dude,
And
it's
then-
not scientific,
and
we're just trying to,
You know, and again, the tow truck came and got it and took it, you know, away from before you guys could see the scene. I mean, we didn't know it was a scene at the time, you know, we just thought it was a
yeah,
deer.
and we're just trying to piece together where the car was at.
I shouldn't have
that-
ate right
at
there,
the end
fuck.
When they got towed
I just
away
fucked up my
and stuff
tick.
like that,
I
so.
mean, I did pull off to the shoulder, I know that,
So it looks like,
and I put my hazards on, yep,
did you do that after you were stopped?
yes. So again, so that's where it is when it stopped,
Okay,
to answer your question.
okay,
I had jumped out, called 911, walked backwards towards town to confirm Highmore, scanning the ditch with my light, and came up and took that photo of with the car when it stopped.
okay.
And then that's when the sheriff came, and I didn't take any more photos. I took one photo, I stopped, because he came, so I thought I should pay attention to him.
Sure.
So that's where it is stopped. So I mean, if you can figure
So-
out where it stopped from that photo, yeah.
You didn't pull it further over onto the shoulder after that?
No.
So you left it there
And
until
the
the
hazard
tow truck-
lights are on, yeah.
Okay. 'Cause it almost looks like like there's a little bit of space between the shoulder.
Because
See, like, it seems like there's some space here. Were you partially in the driving lane when you were stopped?
I mean, are you saying my the tires?
Part of your car out in the driving lane?
I think so, yes.
Oh, okay.
I think so.
Because it appears from that picture that it probably is.
Mm-hmm.
I know I think so. I mean, I can't say so, but I think so. And then I just immediately put the flashers on.
Yeah, I mean,
This will be my
That's when
last.
this is where it is when I got it pulled over.
okay. Let me have
Absolutely.
that one. Yeah, because this looks like it's dirt there. Excuse me.
Ravensborg may have done himself more harm than good by taking that photo. It has the potential to be used against him if they are able to determine that he moved the car after the picture was taken, or if the position doesn't match his story.
I know I was on the road, and I mean, like I said, those pieces were on the shoulder, but not in the ditch that I found,
Wow.
especially that big piece. And that's what the next morning, when we came back, that was still there.
Come on,
you know.
come on,
And
kill him.
That's where I knew where to
Kill him,
approximately
5.
to look. I mean, I wouldn't have known exactly without.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Do you maybe have them forward that to you, your phone?
Yeah, would you mind sending that?
No, I'd send that to you. Yeah.
No.
Just send it to the cell number.
No. Okay.
Okay, I'll do this normally from my phone here. I'm just trying to how I attach a photo down here to from this email. Insert photo. Okay.
I gotta remember to take a tally.
Okay. Should be coming through.
A level 25? Yeah, I can home tele from right inside. Oh, you mean the oh, okay, never mind. I was in the house teleport. My bad, my bad. Tele.
There we go. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, apparently it's quite a, it's a 32 gig phone.
Oh, so it's gonna take a little while?
Yeah, so I think the thing to do is once we're done here,
Mm-hmm.
we'll just exchange it later on in the
we'll
day.
just reach out
Okay.
to you and...
Dude, I fucked that run up so bad. I
I don't
used
think so, so-
my whole fucking anti-fire because
We
I
have
wasn't
the
paying attention.
number.
Literally
You
before
know,
I'd
we
even
can
like one
swing
dose
by
right
your
now.
office or your residence, whatever, too, if you need be. However,
And,
we'll work
like,
it out.
Just let me know.
wow.
Yeah, we'll work it out.
Absolutely. Cooperate.
Just fucking wow. What
So
a
we need to
butched
do a
run.
consent
I got
for the
2 KC
car.
there.
Yep.
3
For the
KC.
skid, it probably wouldn't
That was
hurt.
a bad run.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I'm willing, so.
Yeah, let's see.
As long as we're here, we might as well
Absolutely.
just
Let's do
do
as much
it
as we can do.
up front, and
I would.
I
we
might have to
don't
borrow
need
your...
to disrupt your...
I might need to borrow your consent form. See what I got yet. Yeah, I need to borrow yours.
Yeah, I got it.
Alright.
I genuinely think I should just invest in a rejuvenation pool. Oh, I can just home tele?
The highway patrol is the one that's gonna be doing that for us,
Okay.
because
Right. Yeah,
you know that we don't have that kind of stuff.
Right, right, yeah.
I definitely think I should just invest in the rejuvenation pool. I don't know.
I just hate messages, basically, and I should die, and
Yeah, I imagine your phone has just been melting.
that's why I said I didn't get back to you right. I didn't know when you called. I shut them off yesterday, actually.
Well, that's kind of what we figured, is that your phone had blown up and...
Yeah, after it was in the media, we knew it was gonna be...
Is it South Dakota State Patrol? Is that their agency name? Is it State Patrol or Highway Patrol?
Highway Patrol, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we fully believe between scam calls and every other bizarre call that it's probably going to voicemail and will be sorted out at some point.
So that vehicle's registered to you?
Yes.
As a political figure, it isn't surprising that Ravensborg received threatening phone calls, or that he would turn the phones off to avoid them. Fortunately, the police knew how to locate him. Otherwise, he might have been suspected of trying to evade arrest.
You know, Barbarian Hostage skills.
Alright, so this one, same thing again.
My name.
I, Jason Ravensborg, knowing that I may refuse to consent to such a search, hereby authorize the following officers. I didn't put.
What do I have to do for that? Here, let me. Well, I guess what we'll do is we'll do one run out to the thing. We'll do one run out there. And we'll do a run out there, pick up all the food and shit. We'll pick up all the food off of the floor. Dude, I'm fucking retarded. I literally just forgot another one. Oh, whatever. I'll be able to tell you this time. Oh, that's sick. Nice little freeze right there. Huge damage. Let's go, baby. .28er, let's go. I forgot to swap my armor out. I take way more damage with this shit than I do with the other stuff. Even though it might help my prayer, it's not really worth it because I got these full restores that just absolutely make it. Oh, yeah. I'd eat that tick. Man, I'm fucking this guy right now. Let's go. Remember when I was a kid, I would come in here and I would try and run around and collect up all the coins before I could die. It was my moneymaker back in the day, chat. It wasn't really much of a moneymaker. Let's go. 17 KC, chat. 17 KC. We on the way. Tokes up, chat. Let's go. Tokes, let's go. I miss Raphael. Might play some zombies in a bit. Might get to like, I don't know. We're gonna try and go for like 40 KC. What was I at? 17. Let's try and get 40 KC and then we'll go play some zombies. Hit this motherfucker, bro. Woo! 27 banger. Nice. Fun. Fucking kill him, my guy. Come on, man. He's got 5 HP. Give me the pet. Right here, pet. Calling it. There we go. Bro, I've gotten so many amulets of power. Holy shit. What the fuck? Hey. Take it and reset? Oh shit, my guy. I gotta go do a quest. My guy. I gotta do a quest anyway. This fucking man. Brian, you're a G, bro. This man ran in here and dropped the telly, bro. Oh my god, what a fucking G. What a G. What a G. Oh my god. What an absolute G. At least I got the double hit there. Bro, I'm getting rinsed. Holy shit. Hit him. I think I'm coming back with the dehyde. Black dehyde, I got hit way less. Like, I made the food last way longer with black dehyde. It's crazy. Although prayer is not really much of like a problem, you know. Oh, nice combo wombo right there. Nice little speck of Runo. We'll get the fuck up out of there. Running the wrong way. I gotta do a quest. So I can use this, the Hasta or whatever the fuck it's called. You should be able to choose like different parts you put it into. That'd be cool. Or you can set up tabs. I'm pretty sure if I were to actually clean out this monstrous tab full of bullshit right here, which I think I might actually do. Let's get rid of everything in there. And then have a tab so I can just have everything that I need in one tab for a boss. That'd be interesting, actually. Isn't there like
North Dakota BCI agents and South Dakota Highway Patrol troopers?
Okay.
Again, I don't know which ones. And it's for
there's
the
like a boss
2011
fucking
Ford Taurus registered Jason
This is loud as fuck.
Brownsburg to perform skid
there's
testing.
like a boss
So I need your
thing
signature
so I can
again.
have it. I can't remember. There is something I seen a long time ago for RuneLite, like a tab or something for bossing. Rocky, come here. Hey. Come here, little man. What time is it? I gotta go wake up my mom.
Should we get that other one all prepped and then
What?
just have them sign it when we do the
Yeah, early?
I think
Is that
so.
what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
Do you want to sign this one already?
Yep.
Again, Jason, on this with the skid testing too, also applies the same way. If you would decide you don't want them to do it, call myself or Arnie and we will have them stop.
Why does my
immediately.
shit keep changing? What the fuck?
I'm not sure how we're gonna get it there, if we're gonna drive it or,
I thought it was operable yet.
I think it is.
I think it is.
It's just obviously the windshield
Yep.
situation.
Mhm.
Right.
Yep. Because I do know they weren't able to, the shop that it's in, they had to drive it in there.
Oh, okay.
They,
Yeah, well, and, I mean, there's that one little piece of metal that might need
Yeah.
to be bent out a little bit, but it's
Right.
we're not gonna do.
Make sure the tires don't get popped, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you anything else in there?
I don't think anything else right now.
I think
That's your card.
That should be it. Yep, you have our
Yeah.
cards. Like I said, I'll just remind you again, on either of the searches, if you change your mind, call one of us immediately and we will
I understand.
stop
All
the
right.
searches.
Thanks, Joe.
okay.
And if we just call
Thank you,
Tim
sir.
Borman,
Call Tim, he'll come comply as soon as he can.
Okay,
Obviously, he's dealing with the media storm.
yeah, yep.
Do we have Tim's?
I do
I
have
gave
Tim's
him the
number.
number.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Speaking of COVID, since I seen you last, my chief of staff's daughter got it.
Oh, no.
So my chief of staff, Tim, that you talked to, is at home. And then, Dave, my city director, got it confirmed yesterday.
Oh,
He's
my.
home.
30 points.
Like
hammer.
today, we had our DCI annual meeting actually over virtual instead
Oh,
of bringing
man.
everybody in, so.
Yeah, we had to cancel ours too. It was
Mhm.
kind of a crazy deal, but
Right.
not much you can do. I mean, it's just too sketchy there.
Ravensborg has been brought in for another round of questioning. His experience as an attorney general should tell him that this isn't a good sign.
Too risky, really.
Yeah. So how's Dave doing? Is he feeling the symptoms of it, or?
Yes. He said he,
Iron Spear
when
better.
he tested him,
You will
and then he
lose
didn't,
the spear.
they had to cancel the test or something, and then they had to test him again, and then he said he had like every symptom that they could have, or 40 out of the 43 here.
Yuck.
Rock.
Because you're hearing about half the
You
people
can obtain
don't have any
Green Quest
symptoms.
with 65
And
vision.
I don't know when you guys in relation to they
Oh,
closed the
that's
schools
fine.
here.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, so
Okay.
the high school,
Mm-hmm.
here and Fort Fayetteville.
Jelly potion,
Okay.
4 of them.
Yeah, we're still in like a hybrid system where like A through K go Monday and Wednesday and Friday, and then the next week go Tuesday, Thursday, and the other half go. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of waiting for it though, because our numbers in at least Burley and Morton are, we're, I think,
I'm just hitting
at
Fairy Ring to
85
get there then. Yeah, what
in
is it?
Burley
CKR?
and I think
Yeah.
45 in Morton, and Burley, Morton, got Mandan and Bismarck, kinda
CKR.
like Fort Pierre and Pierre.
Okay.
The river is the only thing that separates the two.
I guess I'm not as good with North Dakota geography, so where is Burley and Morton then?
Burley is Bismarck, so that's kind of central, and then you have the Missouri River that comes up.
Okay.
And so on the east side of the Missouri is Burley, on the west side is Morton.
Okay.
And so if you don't know the area, you wouldn't know if you're in Burley, Morton, Bismarck, or Mandan.
Right,
It
right.
all just is one.
Blends together.
It blends
Well, I-
together.
Learned a little bit. I'm in the Army Reserves. I think I may
Okay.
have told you last time, but my mission is actually to
logs
build a
to make
unit
a
there
fire.
in Bismarck.
Okay.
And they got a reserve center right by the airport.
Mm-hmm.
I went up, did site visits, talked to people, and then COVID hit, and everything's been on hold.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
we've been doing virtual since. Because my unit's out of Fort McCoy, Wisconsin. And
Okay.
I just don't want people crossing state lines. and such,
Right,
you know.
yeah, uh-huh. Yeah. Well, what we want to do is we want to go over everything again with you. As we've gathered more information,
Yep.
when we spoke with you, that was,
Early.
yeah, you were really about the first person we spoke with. So, we've just gathered some more information since then. So we want to kind of figure all that out. And, again, no criminal charges have been filed against you. You're free to go at any time you want to. If you want to stop talking, you're free to leave. You can just get up and walk out. If you don't want to answer any of our questions, you just let us know that. This is a completely voluntary interview. So, all right.
You've been
with
really
all that?
cooperative.
I've tried to do everything and think of everything I can think of to, and I've thought of a couple things, I guess.
Okay.
So as we go through it. here.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. So we're just going to kind of recap some of
Okay.
what happened leading up to it.
Okay.
So on the 12th, you went to the Lincoln Day dinner, the Spink County Lincoln Day dinner in Redfield, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That day, or like on the 11th, leading up to the 12th dinner, what kind of sleep did you get? Do you remember?
I actually got a lot of sleep
Okay.
because, some media reports where I went from Pierre to Rapid, was not my schedule. I was actually coming from Louisiana. We'd been down there
DKR.
for an event
Cheers,
with the Attorney
Tokes up.
General of Louisiana, and I flew into Rapid City and went to an event there, a Lincoln Day
Okay.
dinner in Pennington County. That's the Rapid City's town, the county. familiarize you.
And what day was that you flew into Rapid?
11th.
Okay.
So the night before Friday, and I went to the event, and I got home about 1:15 in the morning. But I slept in till 9:30, 10:30 in the morning. I had an event that I'd been invited to in Sisseton, South Dakota, and I just told them, you know, I can't make it. You know, it's too much to do that and go all the way to Sisseton, which is in our northeast corner.
sand pods.
I'm familiar with South Dakota geography, so I'm
Ignorant,
oversimplifying
whatever. Doesn't
maybe.
matter that much.
But it's in the northeast corner. That would have taken 4 hours from Pierre at least. You know, and the event was at noon, so that means that I had to leave at 7:30, 8 o'clock, and I just couldn't do that. So my day was 9:30, 10:30. I remember I got up, I slept in, and then I was around my office and the house until about 3 o'clock when I left to go to Redfield. So I think I had very adequate sleep. I didn't do anything vigorous. You know, I didn't bale hay as I used to do as a kid, you know, or something, or strenuous. So
how much sleep do you normally get on average in a day?
On a normal day, you know, 7, 8 hours. I mean, 6, 7, 8 hours, you know, depending on the day. You know. But
what time do you normally get up in the morning then?
7-ish. You know, I'm usually at the office by 8-ish. You know, depends on my day and schedule. Obviously, my schedule changes dramatically. You know, and the maps out and such, and depending on where you got to go. But I would say that is a normal day, and then I leave. You know, I try to stay till 5-ish. You know, at least, and then obviously depending on what work we've got and such. You know, and obviously things are a little different now with COVID. You know, we're not always in the office every day. A standard 8-hour day, because I don't want myself and my chief deputy and my chief of staff, as I mentioned, all to be down at the same time. You know, somebody's got to run the show. And
as he did in the first interview, Ravensborg gives far too many unnecessary details. His nervous chuckle makes him seem anxious.
So we've staggered, you know, we've got staggered schedules a little bit.
Because who's your chief deputy?
Chief deputy, his name is Charlie McGuigan. And I can spell all that if you need me to.
Yeah, you'll need.
Yep, Charlie is traditional. And then McGuigan, M-C, and little c, G-U-I-G-A-N.
Okay.
And Charlie has been the chief deputy for myself and Marty Jackley, my predecessor, and actually the end of Larry Long, his predecessor. So he's been chief deputy 10, 12 years, and he's been in the office about 25 years.
Oh, okay.
So he knows how the office and state government works. I guess.
Go to Broomhaven and talk to Lou Bufu.
Then
I can get you his contact if you ever want to talk to him or anything.
Okay.
I mean,
so
Lou Bufu.
then that day you went to the Lincoln Day dinner
go up to Broomhaven
in Redfield. Again, you had said that you didn't have anything to drink that night.
I absolutely had 0 alcohol to drink. I had a Coca-Cola. I had a steak. I don't know what kind of steak, but I had steak, and I had a baked potato. I remember that's the 3 things I remember eating, and that's why I tried to give you the waitress's name, and then I got the list of the people that were there and such, and try to verify that. But
and then what time did you leave the dinner?
9:15.
9:15.
Pineapple, eh?
Yeah, obviously.
Yep.
I need a banana tree.
And again, what roads did you take to come back?
I didn't look them up since you were here, but I can describe it yet. Again, I left out of Redfield going west until you get to what I call the Miller Corner. There's a T intersection that if you kept going straight, you'd go towards Faulkton is the town, and if you come to this corner and you go south, and you're going to go south to Miller, South Dakota, which is in Han County, and then from Miller, that's 14, which is all the way here to Pierre, and beyond. But for these purposes, it's from Miller to here. So I made an S basically, or a.
Once you left the event, did you stop anywhere else along the way?
No, I believe so. No. No.
Okay. you remember what you were you listening to the radio, or what were you
So when I left Redfield, you kind of had to snake through town because where this restaurant is.
Okay.
And then when I got out of town, I remember on that first leg, the Miller, or the Redfield to the corner, I'd called my father.
Mm-hmm.
So I did not have, I have Sirius radio.
Okay.
So I turned down the volume, but I still had it on because the Lakers were playing.
Okay.
I remember the Lakers were playing Houston, and you can watch the score when that happens, when it's on. And I talked to my father, and I turned the corner, the Miller corner. I turned and talked to him, and then there's a dead zone there, and it dropped. And then when you got closer to Miller somewhere, I called him back, and all it was I didn't hang up on your call.
I'm lost here. Get a vessel from Loop. What he uses to catch them multiple times. Drop it and talk to him to get another. Okay. Open RuneScape quest log. What's that? Quest log. Fishing? Okay. Interesting. I see. That's cool. Thanks, buddy. That's fire. And I got another one, don't I? Oh. Drop. I love I I love how you drop it right in front of him. Go east. That's funny as fuck. Bro, I swear to God, Rune, this is the only game where people actually enjoy helping you. You know? Any other fucking game, people just hate your ass. Tell you you're dumb. What am I doing here? Go east and buy some Karam. Go over here and grab a banana while we're at it. Oh, dude, I remember it coming. Oh, look at it, it's a little impline. I remember back in the day we would sit there and have runners. We'd fill up bananas into like a crate or whatever, and we'd be running crates of bananas across fucking RuneScape to people and shit. I'm selling them at the G. The good old days, man. When you'd have to hop worlds to get a fucking spot to mine. Talking in TKP. Okay. Home teleport works at level 25 welding. Oh, yeah. Rip. That's from earlier. Might be. I remember dying to these scorpions all the time when I was a kid. Lol. I gotta pee so bad. Fuck. Just drink more water. That will surely make it so that I don't have to pee. DKP. That's what it is. DKP. There's this thing all the way down there. Fuck, dude. What am I fighting? The fuck? I'm getting hit by a fly trap? I've never seen that shit before. What the fuck? Never seen those hit me before. Interesting. Interesting. Imagine doing this quest with no fairy rings. Oh my fucking god. That would be foul.
It dropped, and
So you talked to him too about the Miller corner? Is that about?
well, I mean,
So you left
piece
red.
of paper or something. I can just show you the thing. I went to the corner. I turned the corner, and it dropped somewhere there,
Okay.
dead spot. And then as I got close to Miller, I tried again, and that's when I got him back. And I said, I didn't hang up on you, Dad. It dropped for some reason.
Right.
And like I said, that was not a long call. I mean, we kind of talked about what we were going to talk about, and then that was it.
Right. So that second call was just basically to end the
first call, really. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I just
Gotcha.
you don't be rude to people. You just
Yeah.
call you back that
Yeah.
I didn't hang up on you.
Right. Okay. All right.
So far, his story is the same as the first time, but Ravensborg has almost memorized his movements like a script.
So then, after you got off the phone with your dad the second time,
I didn't call anybody
okay.
until after the crash. Well, I mean, until the 911 call, I guess.
Okay.
I mean,
So when you were driving, were you listening back to the game, or?
nope, the game got over. I remember the game got over, and then the Twins also got over.
Okay.
And I remember
Speaking of the
shutting
Twins,
off the
baseball
radio
today, baby.
at some point, but I think that's closer.
That was an
to
easy
Highmore.
kill. These guys aren't that good. Grimy snakeweed.
Did you listen to the end of the games, or were they already done when you got?
Somewhere I don't know where, the Twins, the last out. I mean, I remember hearing the last out,
Okay.
but I don't know exactly where that was.
Okay.
And I think the Laker game was already over. The Twins was later than the basketball.
Okay. All right. So once the baseball game was over, what did you do with the radio?
I think it was still on.
Okay.
But not, I think I shut it off when I got closer to.
Okay.
When I got around Highmore.
Okay. Why'd you shut it off?
Well, well, we have to fast forward then a little bit.
Okay. Oh, we can go back and
so
kind of walk me through it.
So again, I turned the Miller corner, the second Miller corner, I guess, the one going now to Highmore, and I'm driving along, and then I get to Highmore, and that's when I look to the right and I look to the left as I was going through town. I was thinking about getting gas. In the one station to the south, or to the left, there was a guy, and I remember his car was pointing back east, and he had his, in the gas pump, and it looked closed. Confusing,
but we managed.
I'm like, okay. So I looked to the north station, and there was 3 or 4 high school kids there, and I just looked at that side, and it looked closed too. So I said, well, I'll just keep going. And then
if I use the
around there, that's when I believe I shut the radio off.
I'm just gonna fucking run this across here.
I believe that happened, shortly before the accident. My intention at the time was to think about we've got a couple very big cases going on, and I was going to shut that off and think about those cases is what I intended to do.
This guy talks like a fucking like a cop.
So you remember going through Highmore, though?
Absolutely. I remember looking to the left and the right.
No way.
And like I told you the first time, I remember looking at the signs, off to the right about the speed zone and the distance to pier. And then like I said, I think, right before that, that's when I turned off the radio. And if I've been thinking about it, what was I doing exactly? But I think I looked down at the speedometer.
Blinker time.
Because
let's go, baby. I dig cruise. That. Let's go.
Okay. Not always, but a lot of the times. And I know I never got going very fast because I never locked it into cruise.
Okay.
And
double blinker.
So you use the cruise control, but you know that on this case you hadn't got back into turning the cruise on.
I think I had used it prior to the accident, on the other stretch possibly, but I had not used it. I had not engaged it yet.
Right. Are those roads that you take from Pier to Redfield, are those all 65-mile-per-hour zones?
I believe so, except for the towns, of course.
Except for
and sometimes I don't go that way. If that matters. You can go another way. You can go to Miller, go out of Miller, and then go up to Redfield.
Okay.
I didn't do that this time.
Do you have any idea what you would have been setting your cruise at when you were going?
Right around 65, 65, 67.
Okay. Okay. But didn't have the cruise.
Do you remember? I never go more than 4 over, ever, anywhere in the, anymore. I just lock it in.
Okay. How about your high beams? Do you usually use your high beams?
I had used the high beams, but I had not clicked them on yet when I'd leaving Highmore. I'd used high beams from basically to Highmore. I shut them down when we went through Miller and of course in Redfield. I would say I used my high beams appropriately. I used them on the road, but I did not have them up yet.
I was fine. I was looking at it like, what the fuck? I didn't do that.
So getting to Highmore, you would have had them on, turned them off when you got in the Highmore
to town,
and then never turned them back on.
Stuff,
correct?
Stuff.
Okay. So as you go through Highmore, what else do you remember besides looking at the gas stations? They look closed, then what?
Just it was a dark night. I mean,
Uh-huh.
that's what I remember. I vividly remember I can see those people, you know, at the gas pump, you know, and such, and around the station and such,
Mhm.
but that's it.
Okay.
Nothing else sticks out, I guess.
Okay. And then what do you remember happening next?
Well, I guess when you say next, I mean, it was a hit.
Yep.
And
Ravensbourg keeps mentioning his military training, as if that somehow makes him a better driver or deserves some sort of special treatment.
I did not punch the brakes.
God's witness thy
My
triumph.
military training, you don't punch. I've always been taught you don't punch
Talking
the
to
brakes
myself.
because then you could spin.
Okay.
So I tapped the brakes 3 or 4 times, trying to control the vehicle and you know, shake as you got to the side of the road, and brought it to control as best I could to safely
I swear to God.
get to the side of the road.
I say, if I'm fucking kill a monkey with
I
these.
then,
I'd be pissed.
obviously, you know, there were some expletives and, you know, like what the hell happened, you know, and I put it in park, and I do believe now, you know, because quite frankly, Arnie, you made me remember when I showed you the picture, you know, I did put the flashers on, you know, because at first I just sat there for a minute going, what the hell happened? And I hit the flashers, and I got out of the car. And I kind of just shook my head a
So
little
close
bit
to
and
doing
looked
this
around,
quest, and then I get the house
and,
to.
you know, and I
Then I
then
can
dialed
use the
911.
Asta.
And I thought I was at Highmore, but I didn't want to tell the 911 I was at the wrong town.
Right.
So I walked towards town, talking with the 911
I thought I
person
needed
who
climbing
said,
boots for that. I'm not
to the
even
best
gonna
of my
lie.
recollection, obviously you guys can listen to that, but it said something to the effect of, hello, 911, this is the Attorney General. I am about a mile west of Highmore, I believe. I've hit something in the road, and I believe it was a deer. And the only reason I believe it was a deer, because that's what it's season. I just think I didn't see anything, but I believe that that's what happens, and you know, this time of year.
Mhm.
And then I said, she goes, who is this? And I said, I need some assistance. I said that somewhere in the call. And she says, who is this? And I think I gave my name, Jason Rounsberg, versus title. And then I said, yes, I am near Highmore, because I could see the sign. And, you know,
Okay.
that I
What
was,
sign could you see?
the green
Okay.
town sign, I guess. I don't know what you call them officially.
Right.
Probably town sign.
Yeah, that would-
I mean, and I had walked back.
How far from where your vehicle stopped to where you walked do you think you walked?
I
If you
walked,
estimate, I know you don't
yeah,
know exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I walked. Well, there's the one piece of my car that I saw on the shoulder right off the road.
Is that larger?
The larger piece.
Yep.
I walked past that.
Okay. Westbound past that, right?
No,
Or eastbound. I'm sorry.
Eastbound,
Yep.
Yep, I'm going east at this
Okay.
point. And then she said something to the effect, the sheriff was the only one on duty, and that he would be out soon. And I said that would be fine, or something, you know, okay. And then I hung up and clicked from there over to my camera or my phone flashlight, and started looking for the deer, which I thought in the ditch at that point. And I walked the whole length back to my car, and then I remember taking a photo, the one I gave you, of the car, and then that's when the sheriff pulled up.
So how close do you
Is
think
he
you got to
the
the
DKP?
city sign or the town
DKP?
sign?
Yeah.
A few steps past that, you know, I don't know, 5
Can
steps
I
maybe
run,
past
please?
that big chunk.
Okay. So just
Ish.
you were real close to that chunk.
Right.
Okay.
Blanca.
I thought obviously the animal would be close to that.
Get
with a
this quest
collision
done, and
point
I can use that
somewhere
Hasta,
in there.
and it's probably
And looked
said is
around
the
there
third
and
best
walked back.
slot
But you
stab.
walked past the piece of.
And then if I get
Walk past the
Hydras, I just need to get my
PCE
Slayer up so I can
towards
do Hydra, and
Highmore.
then I'll get the
Yes.
Hunter.
Okay. When you were walking past it, did you had your phone flashlight out? You said, or was that after?
That was after the phone call concluded.
Okay. And so when you were walking, were you on 911
what?
at the time when you were walking?
Yes, I was walking and talking at the same
CKR.
time.
Right.
Walking and talking towards the sign.
This
Walking and
explanation doesn't completely
walking.
add up. Ravensbourne claims to be fairly familiar with deer, and most people are aware that deer, even when struck, can continue on across the road before collapsing. It would have made more sense to look on the other side of the road before giving up.
I would say I had an excited utterance, yes, it is Highmore. I am near Highmore, or some words to that effect. You know, I thought I was at Highmore, but again, I didn't want to say I was at Harold, and then, which is the
You will
next
need to
town.
talk
Right.
to each of the
And
brothers
send the officer to the
individually,
wrong location.
and
Right,
type
yep.
of one to
Okay,
receive
so
experience
you went past, you're on the
rewards.
phone, and then when you
As
start
well
coming
as
back,
the
is that when you
ability
turn the
to
flash
travel.
phone light on?
Yeah, within...
But wield the
you know,
fucking
I
weapon
hung
that I
up,
need.
or she hung up, I don't remember who hung up, and then I turned the light on soon
Okay.
thereafter.
Okay.
I don't know, you know, how soon.
Right.
There's nothing really.
Okay. And then you walked back towards your vehicle?
I walked towards the vehicle, and like I said, I took a picture, and then that's when the sheriff pulled up. The sheriff pulls up, and he says, you know, what happened? And I said, well, I think I hit a deer. And so the sheriff looked at, so I'm at the front corner taking that picture, and he walks up beside me, and he's looking at the car also.
Okay.
And he says something to the effect, well, at least it didn't hit the side window, you know, my passenger side window.
Right.
I mean, he saw what other damage was there,
Okay.
and then he kind of looked the car over, I would say, and then he looked at, and I told him that, you know, that I tried to brake and got it over as best I could, and then he looked at the car, and he looked back at the wreckage, I would say, and such, and then he said, well, grab your license, no, not your license, grab your registration and your insurance and meet me back at the car. So I then walked back to the car, and when I get in the car, well, no, I had to get in my car to get those two items.
And where were those items at?
My registration's always above my visor. It has a mirror, so you drop down the mirror, so you always have the registration there.
You know,
And
been
the
in your
insurance was in
has
the
to
glove
skill to
compartment.
equip this.
Okay.
But
Which, at this point, had been ajar.
Okay.
It had opened up based on the collision. I guess the one thing I remember that I told you at the beginning, I remembered something. My airbags did not deploy. It looked like from photos, and I think that's my car that Kelloland put out there, but you know, we couldn't see it exactly, but it looked like the airbags had deployed then. So they did not deploy from the crash, I guess.
I've done fishing. I literally
Right.
did the fishing.
And so I guess I haven't seen my car
Till
since, so I don't
99.
know.
Right.
I mean, just telling you.
Okay.
Fireman.
Go back to the
don't
car.
care,
He
fireman,
says,
Smith.
well, he writes down, he takes those two items and he writes me out the red ticket, which I gave you a
Yep.
picture of.
Sure did.
And then he said, well, where do you live? Or where were you at? He asked me where I was at. I said, well, I'm in Redfield. I went to a political event and a Republican event over there, and he goes, well, you're not running this year, are you, already? And I says, no, but you're Attorney General.
Oops. Oh, this is Homeboy's thing, right? Fishing cape for my boy Grotto. Can't I use like a teleport with my fishing cape to get there? Or something like that? Yeah, Otto's Grotto. Okay, let's see here. What do I need? Take a metal bar in corresponding lot. So bronze. Steel. Let's go with steel. Steel with willow. We got lots of those. 1, 2. 1, 2. And a hammer. And a hammer. Okay. Good thing I looked. And a hammer. Okay, well, let's do it.
No, you're always running. You know, you're always, out seeing the people, and I think that's what you got to do.
Your extra pen, please.
Sure.
Mine went dead.
Oh,
Sorry.
And, get out and find out what their concerns are and talk with them, and that's what you should do as a elected person. And he said something to the effect that, he loved his job, but he doesn't like the politics of it. And okay, I didn't really say much to that, I guess. And then he said, well, where do you live?
During most of his answers, Ravensborg keeps his eyes focused low, almost on the floor. This usually happens when a person is lying or attempting to hide something.
Well, I started describing exactly where I lived. I think he meant, from what he said later, that he just wanted to know what town I lived in.
Mm-hmm.
But I was telling him exactly where I lived in town.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little shook up. And he goes to the effect of, well, I can either take you there, or you can drive, but it'll be an hour for a tow truck. We talked about a tow truck.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, so I was confused. I says, well, we just talked about a tow truck, but you said I can drive. I do think the car is drivable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the motor runs and everything, but is it safe to drive? I was just, this was cloudy of my why. And he says, no.
Agriculture.
You can I'll take you to my house, and I'll give you my car, and you can drive, or I can take you back. Well, somebody's offering me their car, or he's going to take his time to take me home. I, quite frankly, threw it back on.
I'm confused.
Hi, and welcome to my guide. Today we're gonna be completing the mini quest Barbarian Training, which entails 9 new skilling methods that we can learn. And every training method has its own requirements. Currently on the screen are all the requirements put together. But I'm gonna be doing these one by one. Where to start Barbarian Training is here just west of Gnome Stronghold and south of Barbarian Outpost. The easiest way to get there would be using. I'm gonna start with smithing. Barbarian Potion to conclude training number 5 out of 9. And then there are just 2 more skills remaining, fire making and smithing. I'm gonna start with smithing. Let's talk about the use of spears. To be able to make spears and hastas, you will need to have completed the quest Taibo One-Eye Trio, as well as completed the Barbarian Fishing Training. To be able to make spears and hasta, you...
Alright, so I just gotta finish that. Barbarian Fishing Training, that's what I've got.
you will both need a minimum required strength agility as well as 48 fishing. And the second technique is about harpoons. This requires 35 strength and 55 fishing. Items needed to complete the fishing techniques are a couple of feathers, at least 2 I think. There are no recommended items, and for the teleports, simply 1 teleport to any harpoon spot. I'm gonna be using the Carrie's Memoirs to teleport to Porpoise Crillius, but I think the closest teleport
Is there no fucking fishing spots here? What the fuck? What in the fuck is this shit? Are there no more fishing spots? Like, what the fuck? How come I can't see them? What the fuck? Usually there's like a... There we go. Okay.
thing. I'm gonna start with smithing. Let's talk about the use of spears. To be able to make spears and hastas, you will need to have completed the quest Tybo One-Eye Trio, as well as completed the Barbarian Fishing Training. To be able to make spears and hasta, you will both need a minimum of 5 smithing. Items needed for spears and hastas are the same: 1 log and 1 metal bar. But this depends on what kind of spear you want to make. If you want to make a bronze spear, you will need to bring a bronze bar, regular logs, and have at least 5 smithing. Adamant spear is adamant bar, U logs, and 75 smithing, and it is also a Kandrin hard diary task. And if you want to make a rune one, this requires a runite bar, magic logs, and 90 smithing. Making a rune hasta is requirement for the Kandrin elite diary. Once you've completed Tybro One-Eye Trio, have the smithing levels and the required items, go south of Ado Godblessed and smith the Barbarian Anvil. But be sure that you only make 1 spear and not 2. After you've made your spear, go back inside and talk to Ado and say that you've created a spear. Next, seek some more knowledge and ask him to tell you more about the use of spears. Then, return to the Barbarian Anvil and select the Hasta option.
Oh my goodness.
Making a Runite hosta is a requirement for the Kendrin Elite Diary. After having created any hosta, let's go tell Otto that we have created a hosta to complete Barbarian Training 7 out of 9. And now there's only one more skill remaining, and that is fire making. And this one also has 2 techniques. The first
Don't care.
On him, and I says, whatever works for you, Sheriff, you know, or words to that effect. And he said, well, we'll take you to the house then, and we'll get you the car. We then...
But you didn't think that the car wasn't drivable?
I thought the car, motor-wise, could drive, but I didn't know how safe it was with the windshield action.
Right, okay.
I didn't test it out, obviously. I got it to the side the best I could, but I guess I was deferring to the sheriff at that point.
Okay.
And he then takes me to his house.
Real quick before we get to that. So, the sheriff, you looked at the damage to the vehicle. Did the sheriff, while you were present, did he look at all for anything that you would have hit?
Well, I know he looked at the car itself, and I know he looked at the wreckage, and I believe he was looking in the ditch.
Okay.
I didn't watch him exactly go back to his car, but I was, finding the registration, the insurance, looking around, and I looked back at him, and I thought I'd seen him once, glance in the ditch and such. But
right by where the cars were, though.
The cars were.
He didn't. Well, did you see him walk down the highway at all, like looking at the ditch?
Neither one of us ever went east of the crash, where the car stopped.
Okay.
We never went east of it. I mean, I took the picture, and that's when I stopped and then kind of deferred to him.
So the only time you had walked east was to find out if you were by Highmore.
Oh, sorry, I said it backwards.
Oh my God.
I didn't walk west of the car further.
Okay.
I didn't walk any farther west than I'd come to the front of the car and taken that picture. I did not walk west of the car. I only walked east prior to the sheriff arriving, as I earlier described. And then when I obviously walked back to the sheriff's car, I did look again in the ditch. As I walked back to his car with my, I looked out there. I don't think I used my phone. But when I was just looking out when I walked back to the car, and
so in relation to your car, so your car was facing west. The sheriff pulled up. Did he pull up behind you?
Yes, he pulled up behind me.
Okay.
Yes.
Did he come from the east, or did he come and then turn around, or how did that
Yeah, what's
work?
up, Thermal? Chilling, bro.
You know what I mean?
I don't know
how he ended up behind.
I mean, I can only speculate.
Okay.
He
that's fine.
He lives a quarter mile from the crash site,
west,
right west of it. But I didn't. He parked behind me, so I don't know where he came from. I guess he just appeared, and I showed him the vehicle. Showed him the front and everything.
Do you remember? Did the sheriff have, when he was looking around, did he have a flashlight or anything? Do you remember at all, even?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, not. Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. And any questions I ask, if you don't remember, just say you don't remember. That's best.
I was making some music just now, and you saw me. Hey, yo, appreciate you, brother.
When you were looking around or walking to find out where you were at or anything, did you move any of the debris?
No.
Okay. Didn't touch any
Didn't
debris?
touch.
Okay. Did you happen to see if the sheriff, when he was out there, moved any debris?
I did not.
You didn't see him?
What he did.
Okay.
And then obviously I thought of later, obviously the tow truck came and got my car, but that was after I left the scene. So somebody moved the car and the tow truck and the sheriff because I was at the house with him. He backs his car out. I take it, I leave, and he pulled me over again. And I says, "Is there a problem, Sheriff? What else can I do for you?" And he says, "You didn't give me the key to the car." So I give him all my keys, and then he gave them back and said, "No, just give me the drive key." And so it came out of his lane, and I went west at that point, and I gave him the key. back.
Okay.
You know, so he had to obviously.
Ravensborg
We're gonna
recounts
start
the
with new
events
boss.
in an almost word-for-word manner, which isn't normal for such a fast and emotionally charged scenario.
I assume went back to the crash site when the tow truck driver came, because he's the one I gave the key to.
Right. Okay. And then you headed back to Pier.
I headed back to Pier.
Okay.
I called, as I said before, I called my father, Tim and Dave, and the sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
Starting with noob.
Coordinating. I guess I regularly tell Tim and Dave where I'm at
Okay.
as Attorney General. You know, if I'm traveling, especially by myself, where I'm at. Those two know where I'm at.
Right.
And so I told them that I believe I, hit a deer and had an accident, and I asked Tim if he would help me the next day take my car back, take that car back to the sheriff, and he said yes. And then I called the sheriff and said I had driven to Pier and I didn't see a tow truck pass me anywhere. Had it come yet? No. And when can I bring your car back? And he said anytime. Bring it back in the morning, whenever works for you.
Okay.
And that's what we did.
Okay, so the call to the sheriff was just to set up
To set up the return of his vehicle. I mean, I'm borrowing somebody else's property, and I think I should get it back to him.
Did the sheriff say anything about the accident or anything? You're asking
Nope.
questions
Nope.
about that?
He said that the tow truck driver hadn't been there yet, and bring it back whenever worked for me in the morning.
Okay. All right. So then you go back the next morning, correct?
Okay, so Tim meets me at my house approximately 8 o'clock, and I said, follow me, and, we did see 3 deer the next day going east back to Highmore. We saw 3 in the daylight, and we slowed down because of those. And then I said I wanted to go to Highmore and fill it up with gas, because I thought that was only the right thing to do again, that somebody loaned me their vehicle to give it back to them full. And so we filled it up, and as we drove by, some of the wreckage was still there on the road.
Did it look like it was in the same place that it was?
I don't know about
don't
that.
know.
Yeah,
Okay.
if it moved or not.
Right.
I mean, it's,
Okay.
Obviously 10, 12 hours
Yeah.
have passed. Yeah,
Right.
if
And I
it
get
moved.
from darkness to daylight. I get it.
Right, yep. I don't know if
okay.
it moved or not, but it was still there, and I thought it could be a problem for another traveler. And I had thought along the way, I didn't look on the south side of the ditch. And so I told Tim, well, let's park on the north side, look there, and then let's look on the south side, because maybe the deer glanced off and went to the other side of the road. I did not check that the night before on the south side. Well, then we pull up to the site area, and again, I never saw, my car is gone at that point, so I don't know where my car is in relation to the body when I found it. So I went west, and Tim went east, and then I found the body, and I just came to Tim and said, Tim, you gotta come here, I found a body. So Tim came up and looked at it, and I said, well, now it's daylight, I can see the sheriff's house, and I said, we gotta go get the sheriff immediately. And he agreed, and we did leave the site without calling 911, but my thought process is this is the quickest way I can get the sheriff, is to go to his house. He's right there. And so he walks out and says, good morning. And I said, I don't know. I said, Sheriff, I found a body. And his response was, you're shitting me. So, and I obviously thought that was genuine, that he was surprised that that was the case. And I said, you need to come with us. Here's your keys back. I handed him his keys to his car, and we just left it where I drove into the property at. And I got in with Tim, and the sheriff followed us back to the site. The sheriff said to the effect of, first we got out, and then we showed him where it was at, and then he said, well, how are you doing? I said, well,
the sheriff should have looked on that side of the road the night before. He only had the driver's word that it was an animal that had been hit. It raises the question of whether or not he would have done the same had Ravensborg not been a political figure.
Pretty shook up right now. And he says, well, Tim, you take care of him and take him back, and I'll call DCI. and that's where we left it.
Okay. So when you said that the sheriff seemed genuine, when he
Yeah,
said, "You're shitting me,"
Well, that was his reaction.
Mhm.
You're shitting me.
Okay.
Like, he was genuinely surprised
Right.
that there was a body out there.
Okay.
I mean, not to take away from him in any fashion. That was just his
Right.
his response.
Okay. More of the reason I'm asking that,
Okay. Yep.
you're clarifying that is, are you now questioning, or were you questioning on whether the sheriff was genuine about
No,
that?
no,
Okay.
no,
I just
no,
wondered.
no, I want to make sure that's clear. I mean, if I said that wrong.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify.
I mean, he was surprised.
Mhm.
I mean, he was probably as surprised as I was minutes previously in finding the body.
Right.
You know, just kind of a shock. You're shitting me.
Right.
You know, and
Mhm.
I mean, I took that reaction as genuine, like, well, clearly he didn't know there was a body either.
Mhm.
You know, and that's, you know, was all settling in to me. That,
Right.
you know.
So when you spoke to the sheriff at his house, do you remember what was he wearing? Was he like dressed like he was ready to go on duty? Do you remember, or I mean, at 8:30 in the morning, you might catch him in pajamas.
So this is 9:30 in the morning.
Okay.
Ish,
9:30. Okay.
Ish.
Yep.
You know, because we left Pier around 8, and then like I said, we got gas. We went to the crash site, and then we went to the sheriff. And I guess I don't remember if he's wearing a uniform or not, but I would say he's dressed like you folks. I mean, he dressed like he was gonna, you know, go out, you know, be out for the day appropriately. He was not in pajamas, per se, you know, or some kind of night clothing.
Yeah.
He was in standard clothing. I mean,
yeah. Okay. Yeah, the reason I 8:30, 9:30, you might catch me in,
right,
you know,
on Sunday
shorts,
morning.
on Sunday morning, you might
Right.
catch me in, not ready to go.
Right,
at that point.
or you know, I guess I don't remember him look like he was going to go to church, but I don't look like he's going to go to pajamas either. I mean, it's just standard clothes.
Mhm. All right, so you showed the sheriff. He said he'd take over from there, and you and Tim, he released you and Tim from the scene.
He released me and Tim from the scene, and said he would contact DCI.
Okay. All right.
And that's what I remember, except for at some point, you know, the Highway Patrol asked if I would do a blood draw, and I said absolutely, and I did that up at the jail. That's when I asked you where
Oh,
we were
baby,
meeting,
I was
actually
just
at the top of the hill
what kind of
at
music were you
the
making if you're still
jail.
here?
Oh, okay.
You know, so
All
I
right.
would, you know, I met up there for that,
Mhm.
and I believe that officer, Highway Patrol, was Schneider.
Okay.
Was his name.
Yep.
And he coordinated that with Tim.
Okay.
Because I called my father when I got home,
Uh-huh.
or I got back to the office. And while I was doing that, that's when Tim talked with Highway Patrol to line that up.
So you said when you got back to the office, you went to the office, not
We went-
home?
Yes, went to the
Okay.
office, yeah.
Okay. What'd you do at the office?
Wait,
Just waited?
yeah.
Okay.
Just kind of, well, he had said to Tim to look after me for a little while, so
Uh-huh.
not to go home and leave me alone, I guess, was Tim's thinking. He said, what? Because I think it was Tim's idea, let's just go to the office.
Okay, so Tim stayed at the office then too?
Yeah, he was with me.
Okay, all right.
And I know we went and we came here and did the blood draw. And we went back to the office for a little while, I think, and then he, you know, asked if I was okay and stuff to go home and such, and because now I don't have a car at all, so I know he had to take me home at some point.
Right, okay. All right. So I just want to go back a little bit to when the accident happened. What is the last thing you remember upon impact when you hit something? What is the very last thing you remember about hitting, or, you know, at impact?
I think that I had just shut the radio off and looked down at the speedometer.
Okay.
I mean, I shut the radio off, you know, just soon from Highmore in, you know, Highmore to the site somewhere. And then I think I looked down at the speedometer I just seen the speed sign, and I did not engage the cruise.
Okay.
And then I shook to get to the...
Do you remember how you were feeling when you were driving home from Redfield that night? I mean, were you feeling tired, fatigued at all?
I do not feel fatigued. I felt normal.
Mm-hmm.
Normal driving.
Get that.
I did not feel fatigued.
Come on, pick that up, homeboy.
Okay.
There we go.
Do you remember, were you using your phone at all for anything besides to make a couple phone calls?
Oh, God.
Nope, the only phone calls I made were to my father, which ended prior to Miller.
Yep. Okay.
The phone calls will be easy to verify, and Ravensborg knows better than to bother lying, which is why he admitted to making the calls to his father.
I have two phones, as you know. One was on the passenger seat, and the other one was on my console, and I did not, use them, then.
Okay.
I do not have the phone in my hands when the crash happened. I had, my hands on the wheel and looking at the speedometer.
Okay.
As best I can relate that.
So your phones, to unlock them, do you use mine? I can use a code or my thumb. I think my kids can actually use a facial recognition thing. They hold it in front of their face.
Right.
How are yours set up?
One doesn't have anything, and
which one doesn't have anything?
The personal phone, the Droid.
Okay.
Yo, I'm legit hooked on this game. My fucking clan's just laughing at me.
And how about your work phone?
You have to punch a code in. That's the one.
So you can't just use a thumbprint or anything like that. You actually gotta enter in a code. How many numbers is your code? 4 numbers. Okay.
Woo!
But you don't remember using your phone for anything other than phone calls? Or to your dad that night on the way home?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
How's your vision?
Good.
Do you have night vision problems, anything like that?
No,
Thanks for the help.
I'm in the Army, so I had a vision test a year ago.
Thanks for the help,
I came out fine. I have no glasses or anything.
And I know some people have trouble seeing stars and stuff at night, and I was just curious if you experienced any of that stuff.
No.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no, nope, that's fine.
Fair.
So have you had any other contact with the sheriff at all?
No, I have not I have not had any contact at all with the sheriff. I think
He should be dead here
Tim
next
might have
hit.
reached
What
out
is he,
'cause we
13
were trying to
HP?
figure out who the family was.
Oh, okay.
To offer condolences, sympathy, and I think Tim might have. Do you know these people? Do they have a relative who is the right person?
Were you guys ever able to get anywhere with that?
No.
Die, bitch.
No, not at all.
Okay.
We found a different way to find out than the funeral home. They put the obituary and put the funeral home of the where that had happened, and then we learned that the father passed away about 6 weeks prior. We were looking to reach out to the mother, but we saw that and did not reach out then because obviously she just lost her husband and then 6 weeks later loses a son. So we just didn't think that was the right time.
Right.
Because the father was still on the funeral home registry. Also.
Okay. All right. So on your phone then, you have you have email on your work phone, I assume?
Correct.
Okay. How do you open up your email? Is it just I have a mail icon basically?
Right. You
I can
click
hit
on
that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Is that for a South Dakota State email or?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have other emails besides your work email?
Yes.
Okay. But your work, you can just click something and boom, you're in, right? What other kind of emails do you have?
Campaign email.
Okay.
And personal email, and then military email.
Okay, so the campaign email, what would that Is that like a Gmail, a Yahoo Mail?
Yahoo Mail.
Okay, that's Yahoo. And how about your personal?
21
Yeah,
kill
different
confirmed.
Okay. Military, what's that? Is that like a...
It's a dot mil.
Dot mil,
Yeah.
dot US
Yeah,
or whatever?
it's your name,
Okay.
dot mil at mail, dot mil or something, yeah.
Okay. And you had both phones with you when you went to
Correct.
the dinner, and then you brought them, you had them both when you came home, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
What's the address for your camp?
One of the more surprising things about this case is that Ravensborg did not try to hide one of the phones. He may have worried that they would discover he usually carried two, but many people would have taken the risk.
Do you have any Google Mail accounts? Any Gmails?
Yes,
Okay.
so it's more campaign related again,
Okay,
but
so you have
it's the same.
Hey, Rocky.
Okay. And that's a campaign email?
Yes,
Okay.
predominantly, yeah.
Okay. I assume they're all kind of used
A little bit. I mean,
a
try
little
not
bit,
to, but
try.
yeah. I mean, some people and you
Mhm.
meet them and you move them over to a different email,
Right.
you know, sometimes.
Okay. So now, any of these emails, do you have to get into those, how do you get into those on your phone?
Well, first off, I don't get into the Gmail one on my phone
Okay.
at all,
Okay.
ever.
Okay.
I don't like Gmail. It's not as easy, user friendly for me. And then the other one, you have to go onto the internet, I guess.
Okay. So you actually have to go in to click on Safari or whatever, go into Yahoo,
Right.
and then sign in.
Right.
Okay.
And then my military email, quite frankly, I just ever use that on my laptop that they've given me,
Okay.
because it's complicated.
Oh.
It's got long passwords and stuff you gotta enter in every time to,
Get the VPN at all
yeah,
with your laptop?
yeah.
Come on. Kill this fucking guy.
So when you were driving, you don't remember going into any of these email accounts while you were driving home that night?
No.
Okay. Are there any websites that you do frequently use, that you frequent on your phone?
Well, when I'm around my house or around, you know, a building, maybe you check out the news and such, you know. I mean, I try to use my laptop and or, you know, personal computers, laptops, desktops, stuff like that,
Mhm.
predominantly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I use them once in a while.
Do you have any certain sites you check the news on? Particularly, any favorites or common ones?
Well, now with political season, you know, I actually look at Fox, CNN, and MSNBC. I look at the three big networks, I guess I call it. That would be what I traditionally look at, I guess.
Okay. How about any of the local newspapers? Do you do those online then?
I haven't since this, until this happened.
Okay, I bet
mean,
not.
I just fucking died.
I was not a
Oh my god, I
normal
wasn't paying
10
attention.
o'clock at news or watcher of the frequent news. I guess
Uh-huh.
we get the Argus Leader paper and the Rapid City Journal
I
paper
just fucking died not
at
paying
the
attention.
office,
I'm
and I
so
tend to look at
stupid.
those. But I will look at those at the office.
Mhm.
Holy fuck.
periodically.
Okay. So what would you think though if I told you that when they did the phone extractions,
Uh-huh.
they found some internet activity on your phone around
Okay.
that time?
Well, I guess I don't not use my phone, but I did
Uh-huh.
not use it at the time of the crash. No.
Okay. But were you using it up to the time of the crash?
You know, not that I recall.
Are you aware of what phones will actually tell us, Jason?
Yeah, somewhat, you know.
Okay. So they're pretty straightforward.
Right, okay.
And there isn't any manipulation that you can do with it.
Right, I didn't do anything to them, or...
So, right,
No.
right, and we didn't either.
Right, right.
That's
Right.
what I'm trying to say.
Right, right.
And it's like,
The best I can recall is that the one phone was on my, on the seat, and I never touched that one.
No, I
That
didn't
was
put
the
on my
Droid.
fucking shield,
That's the one
dog.
they said they couldn't get the information off of and would have to mail to New Jersey.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god, I'm
And it
retarded, dog.
Slammed into the wheel well, is what I remember.
I'm fucking
The other one, I
retarded.
remember, you know, I would say
Oh my God.
prior to or right at Highmore, it was, I set it down on, you know, but, you know, through the journey, it fell down a few times, you know, but onto the gear shift, but I was not using it at the time. I know that.
Okay. So you set it down about when you got to Highmore?
Yeah, around Highmore, the console, there's a little console. I set it on top, and I know I had both plugged in, you know, both were charging.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it would slip down, and I'd pick it up, and, you know.
So what were you doing with it before you got to Highmore, if you set it down at Highmore?
I
take
look
that
at the time and such. I
Uh-huh.
know I do that. I would open it up, and I'd see the time better. But you know, I glance at it, you know.
Okay.
Nothing sticks out, I guess.
When you say
I
glance
don't-
at your phone, what do you mean by that?
Glance and see what time it was.
Okay.
You know, just you know, a periodic check. I sometimes listen to podcasts, but I was not
Okay.
that night. That's another app I use
Yep.
sometimes.
No
But I will
way.
Play it and it sits down.
Right. Are you able to Bluetooth your phone in so that if you like listen to a podcast or receive
Yes.
a phone call, is it hands free for you?
Yes.
Okay.
And or you can just hear it from the phone.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The Suburban, which I have for work, I can Bluetooth it better than my car.
Okay.
Lay it on this. I'd lay it right the same place there. I guess I always lay it the same place.
Okay. So you lay it there and just let the speaker.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So were you using your phone, besides for the phone call to your dad, which we know,
Mhm.
I mean, that's,
Right.
were you using your phone at all for any other activities on that drive home that night?
I didn't have any texts that I sent,
Mhm.
and typically if I would text, I would do voice to text, which I know I didn't do that night. And the work email, but I didn't do any of that. You know, I guess that's what I remember.
Okay. You don't remember signing into a Gmail account, though?
No. Guess it's just always hard to get to where you need
That
to go.
one's a hard one to get to?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But you do have 2 Yahoo
Yes.
accounts. Do you remember signing into either of those?
When pressed about the email login, Ravensborg becomes unusually quiet, barely giving a verbal answer as he continues to look at the ground.
Because when you go in and you want to go on your
Mhm.
Yahoo account,
Mm-hmm.
do you have to actually manually enter in your username and password, or are they do they autofill?
They autofill.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you'd have to go in and then click sign in. They would be there, and then probably another sign in thing or whatever. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Do you remember being on either of those?
I guess it's possible that I could have checked those. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you ever go on the Dakota Free Press?
Yes.
What is that?
That's a blog.
Okay.
That's a blog here. Politics. Yes.
Oh, it's a political blog?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's another one then, Dakota War College,
Okay.
also a blog.
All right.
I guess you see what the headlines are more than anything. Yes.
How about Real Clear Politics?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, what's that one?
Politics, and it has a whole bunch of stories and
Uh-huh.
and stuff
Okay.
of the day. But that's more national politics. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's more of a national site, not
Mhm.
where I assume Dakota Free Press is a South Dakota political blog?
Yes.
Okay. How about, what's, Just the News?
Just the News. No, I don't recognize that one.
Okay. All right. Have you ever read the article, Riding the Dragon? It's a documentary about Joe Biden.
It's not familiar to me, I guess.
All right. Well, here, I'll kind of show you where I'm getting that stuff from.
Yes, absolutely.
So, here's kind of the information that was put together on your phone and here's our times. So, outgoing call,
I shouldn't have it there.
24. That's what time you made the 911 call.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's all fine and dandy, you know. But leading up to that, at 10:20, you unlock your phone, signed into your Yahoo Mail account.
Mm-hmm.
Also, then signed out. At 10:20:49, you were on the Dakota Free Press
Okay.
site. These are all on your work phone.
Mm-hmm.
A minute later, you were on the Real Clear Politics website.
Okay.
And then about a minute later, this article was pulled up through the Just the News,
Okay.
which could have been something that
Mm-hmm.
you were on this and it had a link to click to get you to this one
Mm-hmm.
regarding this. It's an article about Joe Biden and
Mhm.
something with China. So you were on that up to about, we're going to estimate probably a minute before the accident.
Okay.
You were on that. Do you remember any of these?
Well, I remember looking at it, but that's when I set my phone down prior to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Because then, like I said, we're looking at a minute to 2 minutes before you call 911.
Right.
So, the concern being is that we know that from the time of impact, there was a time period that went by before you called 911.
Right.
You had to realize what was going on, come to a stop, get your bearings back about you, get out, look at the damage a little bit, figure out what the hell's going on.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to figure out where you are, call 911. So it's reasonable to say that there was a minute to 2 minutes that passed from impact to when you were actually on the phone with 911, right? That would be reasonable, correct? I mean,
I guess, yeah.
so when we look at that, our
It's
concern,
amazing how this guy doesn't talk
everything
to a
that we're
fucking
seeing
lawyer,
here
and he's a district
is
attorney.
appearing that you were on your phone reading political stuff at the time.
But I just wasn't. I set it down. But I know I did.
Did you maybe set it down after the accident?
No, because I grabbed it and went out.
Mm-hmm. And it was sitting in, like, the center console
Center
area?
console area, absolutely.
Okay, so when the impact happened, that phone was sitting in the center console?
Absolutely.
Okay. See where this obviously
Well, yeah, yeah.
is an issue?
Part of this, Jason, is we have a job,
Mhm.
right?
Absolutely.
The detectives are not going to let him off the hook for this one. The phone records don't lie, so there is no possibility that he will be able to explain this away.
People make mistakes,
Right.
and we're thinking you made one.
I don't remember being on my phone. I set it down, and I shut the radio off, and I looked at the speedometer. Is the best I remember.
Yeah.
But I don't. That's what I was, worrying. How fast does that transmit? That you do that. That you set it down, and I never shut the browser. I guess a lot.
But it shows you unlocked it and such, so, it's a tough position. We
Right.
know,
Right.
we know. But it's like, it sure appears to be a problem here. And we wanna get ahead of it,
Right.
just like you do.
Right.
I get it. I know
Mhm.
what kind of position you're in. It's tough.
Mm-hmm.
But
these don't disappear, too.
Right, I understand.
I mean,
I mean, I look at stuff.
you're smart enough to know
I
that
look at stuff.
technology is
But I
instant.
I remember I sat it down because I was getting rid of distractions because I wanted to think about these cases. But, you know, I shut it down there.
And it could have been just at that moment. But you know
Right.
you know the speed of technology today. You're a smart
Right.
man,
Right.
and it's like the speed of technology is amazing,
Mm-hmm.
and
I was not looking at it when it happened. I won't say that I was. No. I'd set it down, and I went to hit I shut the radio off, and I looked at the speedometer.
Mhm. So is it maybe when all that was going on that the impact happened?
Well, I mean, that's the best message that I can remember. Boom.
Mhm.
You know.
yeah, and it could be instantaneous.
Right.
Right.
And we get
Right.
that.
Right.
We
Yes.
get that. It's,
I mean, that's
it could be instantaneous, and like you said the last time,
right.
wham, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
And as you're putting it down, it could be wham, there it is.
Mm-hmm. Well, I set it down. I remember sitting it down. I pretty confident I shut the radio off, and then
Yo, what's
wham,
up, Sean?
you know, looked at the speedometer. I mean, this was the best I remember. And then wham. I was not looking at my phone. I know it's the law, and I was not looking at it at the time it happened. No.
You've been kind of called out on that before too, haven't you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
So somebody, when you were texting or tweeting when you were going through the Black Hills,
Well,
that was a similar type situation where,
Well, yeah. I mean,
and you got kind of called out on that. That's what I mean.
right.
And
Mm-hmm.
we heard about all that. Joe and I have done, we want to cover every base, and we
Right.
have.
Right.
And I can assure you, we have gone as far.
Well, obviously, I'm political. I get called out on lots of stuff that
Yeah.
doesn't look necessarily how it looks, you know.
Right.
And it may or may not be appropriate,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
granted.
Right.
And
Right.
so I can see where, in a situation like this, all of a sudden this is wham.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's in your face.
Mm-hmm.
Now what do I do? And it's like, I don't know what just happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
I just know that something's going on really serious here, and I got to figure it out. And I kind of think that's what you're. I've done this for 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
I started in 1981.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on my 39th year.
Right.
So in that time, I've had situations like this before,
Mm-hmm.
where all of a sudden you have to make a decision,
Mm-hmm.
and it's fast, and it's going to last forever.
Mm-hmm.
And I can see where it's like, oh,
Hi, Rocky Boo
should not
Boo.
have done this, should not
Hello,
have been doing
hello.
this, and now I'm kind of in a jam. What do I do?
I still believe I was
Hello,
not
Rocky.
on my
You want
phone
some
when
sun,
it
bud?
happened.
You want some sun? I got you some sunlight, my guy.
But
I laid it down.
but you agree that it could have been at that moment that you were putting it down.
I still believe I put the phone down and reached to shut the radio off. You know, now,
Here, here, here.
was
There you
that 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 20 seconds? I don't know. But, wham. It's
Got
close
you a little bit of
relation,
sun.
I
Get in
guess.
there.
Yeah, it's really close.
Get in there. Lay down. Got you a little bit of
Rittensport
sun there, my
sticks to his
boy.
story, refusing to accept the
You're welcome.
evidence against him.
Hey.
But I was not doing it at the time of the impact. I set that phone down. I know I did.
Do you remember reading that article at all?
No.
It's basically about Joe Biden. I looked at it as well.
Okay.
Because when we get these,
Right.
Jason, we can go look at what you're looking at.
Right, yeah.
And it's about,
Yeah, about some conspiracy with Joe Biden in China.
in
and
China.
Who knows? I didn't read.
I guess I would say I glance at headlines a lot.
Sure.
I don't read articles when I'm driving.
Right.
And it probably
glance
was an
at the le-
intriguing headline. I mean, I would guess.
Mhm. Right. Because when we enter in the address that was on your phone,
Mhm.
it actually takes you to the article. It's not just like a headline where you scroll down and see other headlines or whatever, you were on that article.
Okay, so like you go from Real Clear Politics
Mm-hmm.
to the article, and you can click on, that's what Real Clear Politics is, you click on articles,
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
and then they
Yep.
take you to the article.
So, right, kind of what I was saying is I think you were
Right.
probably in Real Clear Politics, clicked on this Riding the Dragon, which took you to just the news and that article.
Okay,
But I'm speculating
Yeah, I don't
too
know,
on,
yeah.
I'm guessing
right.
on that.
Yeah, I never heard of just the news, no.
Right, which made me think then that you were on Real Clear Politics, clicked on an article, and
Right.
they probably have it embedded in their site that you go to these sites and for the article.
Right.
But you don't remember reading that article
No.
at all?
Okay. Like I said, I glance at headlines at best.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I said, I know you said you glance at headlines. This one you actually went into the story.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you actually,
Right, but,
it went and it took you to the article
right, yeah,
itself.
but then that's the headline there, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. That is the headline.
So,
I love when
My
fucking politics
recollection is
are
I'm
fucking
getting rid of
rinsed.
distractions, because I'm gonna think about those two cases, I know those cases.
Ah, fucking.
I'm setting it down, shutting it off.
So that part of, like we were just talking about, Jason, and the part that you had told us in our last interview where it was, I didn't see what I hit until the impact.
Mm-hmm. Well, I never saw.
That's your quote.
Okay.
So in
Okay.
light of that, that would make sense. That right there would make sense. You're putting it down, wham, and then your head's up. It's like I just hit something.
Again,
Does that sound logical?
Well, I'm getting rid of distractions, and I look, like I said, I remember my hand, for that radio, and then to the speedometer is what I believe happened.
Come on.
So you had your phone call. This is back up a little bit.
Okay.
So you had your phone call, and then
With my
Back to
father,
back.
are we talking
yeah,
about?
yep, and then even the second one with your dad. How about on your way there? Were you on your phone talking to anybody then? Do you remember what you were looking at when you were driving out there?
No, I don't think I called anybody.
Okay. Do you remember what you were looking at?
I might have looked at articles and stuff again, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And it's hard. Because
Right,
I've driven it.
Right.
It is not an exciting road.
right.
I can guarantee you that. And
But I do remember I listened, like I told you before, I started to listen to these, and they're in the car yet, I told you, the discs. They're books on tape.
yeah,
And I listened to them for a while, but I just didn't like either one of them.
yeah, you said they didn't.
Yeah,
they
they're
were
boring.
not intriguing at all.
Right.
So, do you do both then? Were you on your phone while you're listening to the book?
Usually not, no. It's one or the other, yeah.
I also have to kill some fucking greater demon or lesser demons. I gotta give me a
How much
looting
time did
bag.
you spend looking for your insurance card?
The insurance card took a little longer. I mean, the other was right there. And then, because I remember I looked at it, and then it was not the right one. It's like the year behind.
Sure.
And I looked at it, and that wasn't right. And I looked at it a little while longer, and I took it back to the sheriff. And then I said, I don't got the right one, I mean, I think he was writing it out, and he says, hell, nobody's got the right one. Usually I got about 5 of them in the car. He said something to that effect.
Sure. And that was on the visor, the other was in the glove box.
The glove box, yes.
Did you have to take things out of the
Yes,
glove box?
I had to move stuff around, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Did you notice anything on the passenger side while you were doing that?
Just glass. I mean, I was staying away from the glass, I guess.
Now that he can see the detectives aren't going to accept his answers at face value, Ravensborg's voice takes on a defensive tone, losing some of his earlier affability.
I mean, I didn't spend a lot of time.
So, When you're doing that, are you leaning over the console?
Yes,
or are you...
from the driver's door, leaning over, yes.
Okay, so you can kind of see in the glove box, and
Right.
which
And
is already
like I said,
popped open.
It's already popped open, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
My God, this is so much fun.
did you see the glasses right next to that?
This
I did
is
not.
peak RuneScape, baby.
You showed me the glasses the first time.
They're-
The first time
They're Joe's glasses.
I wondered about that.
So that means his face came through your windshield. It's a tough thing.
Oh. I was thinking that his face did not come through because there would have been blood. I thought there'd been blood everywhere then. Now, I've thought about it.
Yeah, and you've had time.
Right.
His glasses are right there, Jason. Those are Joe's.
I did
Those-
not see the glass until you showed it to me.
Sure.
Oh.
So the only way for them to get there is through the windshield. At the impact, did you look over and see anything?
I did not see any. I mean, it was. Again, I then was looking to get it to the side. I did not see anything. No. Absolutely.
Ravensborg makes noises of shock and horror at the realization that Bovert came through his windshield, but the detectives aren't convinced. Still, it is likely he didn't realize the glasses were there, or he could have easily tucked them in his pocket and disposed of them later.
Probably not. It shattered, and I probably cringed or something, but I was just trying to get it to the side. I did not see him. I did not know there was a human until the next day.
Okay, so
No.
when the glasses are in there, it's like his lenses, and we have a witness. We've talked to witnesses that actually had seen him out there as well.
I did
In
not
fact-
see those glasses
in
until
fact-
you showed it.
Yeah, and so we know they're Joe's. Okay. And I know that doesn't help you feel any better,
Oh, no.
and I know you feel bad about this, Jason.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But
No matter what happened, somebody
Right.
died.
yeah,
Absolutely.
so I mean, you have to look at it from our
Oh, absolutely.
our side of it. We're
Mhm.
just trying to find
Mhm.
the facts. We know what we know, and then we're explaining it, as best as we can. We know certain things. We know those are his glasses. They were on his head because they were seen on his head. They ended up in your car.
I never saw him until
Okay.
you showed him to me.
Okay.
I never saw him, no.
One of the other things that we know, Jason, is you weren't in the middle of the road. You were on the shoulder. And I know it happens fast, because it's happened to me. We have 3 people putting him next to the grass. So we knew something was happening. I mean, you're a smart man. You know, Joe and I have done this job a long time. We know what the evidence is going to show us, what the evidence does show us.
I don't remember. I remember being in the road, but she'll show me what the evidence shows. But
Yeah. So part of the evidence that is really convincing is there is bone scrape on the inside of the rumble bars, and that's where his leg was likely broke. That's where the pieces were at.
so how did he get farther down the road? I mean, did he ride? How did that?
His face was in your windshield, Jason. Think about that.
And you're going
Oh.
65 to 70 miles per hour, so from the time it takes you to slow down, and you figure how far you went at 65 to 70 miles per hour just before it clicks that you need to stop.
But it doesn't show that I braked a few times. I tried to stop.
It wasn't. We tested your brakes work fine.
Uh-huh.
There's also ABS, so they don't skid.
Okay, yeah, I've heard that. Yes, I've heard about that.
So not only do they not skid, they slow you down relatively fast, but they don't skid, because each one of the brakes are working independently.
Okay.
Each wheel.
I don't,
So,
understand all that, but yes, I
so,
understand.
so that's kind of how that works.
Okay.
Okay. And so you got to think about the momentum, and as you're going, sooner or later, the stopping power is going to make him pop out,
Okay.
and he goes into the ditch.
And you would think, I guess I thought, if that's what happened, he, braking multiple times, he'd have fallen off, not just at the last time. Because, I never saw him in relation to the car. So I don't know where he was in relation to the car.
You mean as his body?
Yeah.
His body-wise, or what,
Right, yeah.
what are you trying to?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because the car they took away, and I found the body the next day, I never saw the car with the body, or
So-
vice versa,
We know that his face came through your windshield. We know that. We already talked about that. That's, I would think, substantially clear that that's what happened. We also have the imprint on the hood where his body, well, at least part of his body, likely was riding. At some point in time, he rolls off, takes out the mirror, and slides into the ditch.
The detectives don't pull any punches when giving Ravensborg the details of Bover's final moments. They know that even taking shock into account, the likelihood of Ravensborg not realizing he hit a human rather than a deer is slim.
Yeah, if
I
his
never
face is
saw
in the
him. I
fucking
want you to be really
windshield,
honest
bro,
right now.
I
there's no
I
way.
never
Okay.
saw him.
I got another question for you.
Okay.
Okay? Did you see the flashlight he was carrying?
No.
Ever?
Uh-uh.
When you walked back to town?
Uh-uh. No flashlight.
It was pitch dark out there,
Right.
and with it being pitch dark, we went out and tested it.
Okay.
We picked up the flashlight.
Right. Okay.
The flashlight was still on when Joe and I got to the scene.
Okay.
It had not been touched.
Uh-huh.
We picked it up, and the light is still on.
Okay.
We talked to a witness that had just seen the light, had seen him walking with the light.
Okay.
After the crash, did you see that light in the dark? Because it's pitch dark. If there's something glowing,
Right.
it would make sense for you to see it.
Right. I did not see any light, no.
Are you certain?
I am absolutely certain.
Just because, Jason, we went out there another
Right.
night with that flashlight, recently, and
Uh-huh.
put it back in the same spot it was in,
Okay.
with it back on,
Uh-huh.
and it's hard to miss. I mean, it truly is hard to miss when you're out there, especially if you're walking back towards Highmore.
Right.
And we walked on both sides of the highway to give.
Okay. Yeah.
We wanted to give you the
Yep.
benefit
No,
of the doubt.
absolutely.
We wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt because we knew you walked towards Highmore.
Yes.
So on your way back, we walked on both the south side and the north side, and that flashlight was like a beacon.
I don't know if I turned around at the wrong spot then or what. I don't know. I did not see a flashlight. I didn't see him in the face, no. I did not. I did not. I did not know it was a man until the next day. No.
I
Bullshit.
think you had an idea it was something other than a deer, though.
I just believed it was a deer. I do. I know it sounds, but I've never hit a man before. I've hit a deer, because that's the
So-
time of season to do that.
In your 911 call, though, Jason, you say, I hit something.
Right, because I don't know what it was, but I assumed it was a deer. I never saw a deer. I never saw a man. I just assumed it was a deer. I hit something. I just assumed it was a deer. Because what else would there be? I had no, and I still don't believe, I would not expect a man to be on the side of the road in dark like it was. I would not think that a person would be out there at that time. I would think a deer, though, would hit you at that time in this season. With
A deer would
crops
hit
and
you.
everything.
See how he passes the
I
blame
did
off
not
onto the deer to
know.
make it less like he would hit something? a deer would hit you. He can even say I would hit a deer out there. He said, what a scumbag.
You know, and that I was extremely shook up that it was a person. No, his face went through the sheet.
I think you'd have been shocked no matter when.
Well, I agree with that. I mean, I don't think anybody would ever disagree with that. Absolutely. If anybody, I mean, this lady down in Hot Springs the other day hit somebody, obviously. I think.
So, part of me has some belief that you maybe saw something the night before. And what I'm going to do is just a little demonstration.
Come on, fucking die.
I'm going to take a white piece of paper. This room was pitch dark.
Okay.
And there was any light. Would you see that because
Give
of
me
the
the pet.
contrast of the color around it?
Maybe, maybe not. I don't necessarily believe you would.
Okay. And that, so we did this as well. So the grass out there is obviously green.
Right.
Is less than 2 feet.
Come on, he's got 13 HP.
Less than 2
There we
feet
go.
into the grass. You know, you found him.
Right.
Less than 2 feet. Did you see something white laying there? Because, I mean, as you know, he didn't have clothes on that were covering
Let's
the white part of
go.
his body. I mean, you're a smart man. You would understand that because there's such a contrast.
Let's go.
I did not see him the night
Are we still killing King Black Dragons? You
I
already
don't know where he has
know.
them,
You already
like,
know.
in
We
the
just
car.
got a
Because I
rare
never
drop.
saw
He's
him
got
in
the
the
King
car
Black
yet.
Dragon helmet.
You would have to tell me where he was, because I did not
Let's
see him in
go.
relation to the car, ever.
Ravensborg still will not admit to seeing Bover. On the other hand, the case could be made that he didn't see him because he wasn't looking at the road.
He was very close to that large piece of debris, though.
He was? He was?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
No, because the day before, we stopped where the debris was. I guess if you had asked me that question at the beginning, I would have said he was up the road from the debris, that large piece of debris.
No, he's just not very far from. I'm not saying he was right even with.
Yeah, he wasn't right.
Yeah, right even with. But he wasn't very far.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because think about it. You said you parked at that piece of debris on the 13th in the morning when you guys came
Well, we
back.
parked around it.
Right around
It was
it.
kind of like the starting point of
Yep.
where to look.
And you didn't walk very far, though.
I walked up, we walked west from that, though. I thought quite a ways. You know, I mean, quite a ways is a relative term.
Right,
I mean, but because I went back towards Tim, I guess I'd have to maybe ask Tim, where do we park in relation to that piece of debris, I guess, because we had two vehicles, one on each side, and what?
Sure.
Yeah. My
did not
mom
see him the night
just
before.
bought me a
I'm not
Monster
saying no,
Energy
within
drink for
10
12
feet of
right
that
pack.
debris,
Comes
but
with
he was
Mango,
not very far
Loco,
from that
Pipeline
large
Punch,
piece of
and
debris.
Pacific Punch. Pipeline and Pacific are my favorite flavors. Some with
I
new
guess I would've
strawberry.
said the next
Damn,
thing.
I'm not a big fan of like monsters and bullshit like that. I gotta go take a piss so bad.
ways from that, yes.
You would have to agree he was right next to the road, though, where you
He was on a slope, yes.
a little bit of a slope,
Yep.
but we measured it's less than 2 feet.
Oh my God. I walked back towards I looked. And if he's not by my car?
Well, he's not gonna be right by your car where you stopped. We determined where your car was
Actually, wish
stopped
you like
Good, 'cause
mangoes.
I
I
thought you
love
would
them.
with the picture.
We did.
You know?
We did.
Because I'm thinking about that now.
We were no stones unturned.
I went around, I didn't check on that side of the car that night. I went around to take the photo when the sheriff came.
Do you normally wear a Fitbit, Jason?
No.
Do you have a tracking app on your phone?
I don't know.
So as you walk, GPS tracks you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Apple Fit.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
Apple
I mean,
Fit.
okay.
It's just an app on your
Then
phone.
it's an app that I don't know about.
Yeah, it counts your
Okay.
steps.
It counts your steps.
Okay.
And it's just run off of GPS,
Uh-huh.
and so we know you're on that side of the road.
Right. Yeah, I never left. I
You
guess
stayed on that side. You said that earlier,
Right.
even.
I guess what I was trying to say is I think when I came back, I came down around the front, and then that's where I took the photo here.
Okay, so
I didn't go around.
You're saying this would be your car.
If that's my car, yes. You went around this way on the highway.
It's not that close to your car.
Okay.
It's not that
What?
close to your car.
Okay. Well, thanks.
No, the
Okay.
debris is,
So she's gone already. Yeah.
Because I'm saying I didn't look here. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, and you would have found nothing,
Right.
other than washer fluid. That's the only thing you
That's
would have
what you
found.
said earlier in the first time.
Mhm. Go back 60 feet,
At least, yeah.
something like that, and that's where he's at. And go back probably 75 feet, and that's where your debris is at.
Okay.
So it all lines up.
Okay. I
Wait, that's
understand.
sick. Yeah.
I thought.
I got I got the link on some dope ass clothing if you
I'm
guys ever
saying,
want.
if this is the road, the edge of the road, this is where his body's at. It's 2 feet. So it's a little bit more. So his body is in that close to the edge of the road, and he is white.
Pretty
He's got no
expensive,
blood
though.
in him. I mean,
Yo, Alex was the only one in on the
obviously
heights. The
deceased. I
fuck?
think he was deceased the moment he hit the car,
Well, that's
and so
something,
he is lily white. Any light that hits that is gonna glow.
I did not see him the night before. I'll swear on stack of Bibles. I did not see him the night before. I did not.
So where were you looking when you were walking back towards Highmore? Did it establish that you were by Highmore?
I don't
I
understand
guess
how swearing. I don't understand how like swearing on the Bible is like this holy thing. Like fuck out of here, dude. Fuck out of here. Like one. From this one artist, one son. I really like them. Yeah, it's sick. Like what kind? Like what kind of teas? You know, what kind? What kind? Throw that. I need to go like this. Give me that, and then give me this. Bum, 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 bum. Oh shit, I don't have prayer melee on. No wonder I'm getting rinsed. Come on, mate. Jeez. Beast mode. Yeah. Come on. Stop that. There we go. Took some pics of the teas. I'll post them in the cord. I'll turn this shit off. Out of question. I guess Jay did call me yesterday. Damn, son. Oh, RuneScape. Don't die on me, Jackie boy. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Heal. There we go. Let's go, yo. This is so much faster. Killing them with this Hasta. I think I'm starting to get the hang of it too. I just wish I didn't die with my looting bag in here. Fuck. Kind of look. You want to go grab one real quick. Yeah, this is like the only game where people actually genuinely want to help me learn how to play the fucking game. Any other game, people are just like, if I play Apex and ask people how to play, they just laugh at me like, you're fucking shit, dude. Why the fuck do I teach you? Is fast drop rate? Okay. 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 Like 1-3 and green drags. Okay. Sick. XP. Almost died not paying attention. That would have been hilarious. Actually. I would have had a good laugh. Oh, he's 5 HP. Hit. Hit. Hit him. Hit him. He was 5 HP, bro. Fuck. Fucking slam. Oh my god. RNG, bro. Come on. Thank you. See, now would be a good time just to sneak out, put all that away, pick up all the mantas off the floor. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to do it. I just gotta get a loot bag. It just makes too much sense.
I was looking, that direction. I mean, to the right, I was looking to look at the green Highmore sign.
Mm-hmm.
I'm walking and looking to try and see that sign to make sure that's the, and then I turn around and I'm looking into the ditch. So I don't know exactly where I turned around and saw him.
Bro, this is so
Ravensport's
much
attempts
fun.
to get the
I'm
detectives
hooked
to
on this
believe him
game.
grow
Holy
more
shit.
desperate. A contrast with the way they calmly force him to deal with the facts they present.
I didn't see him. I did not see him.
So it was 400 and some steps from your car towards Highmore.
Okay.
You had to walk by him.
I might have walked by him, but I didn't see him.
But you also had to walk by the light. That's the really confusing part. Again, the light's still on.
And the flashlight's lit up and glowing.
Yeah, it's
not in the grass deep. I mean, it's on the very edge of the grass. So I mean,
yeah, it's like right on the edge of the grass. There's a couple blades of grass here, but this is all
I don't know
wide
where
open.
I don't know where my steps were. I turned around. I did not see those things. I did not see him until the next day.
So we also walked back to the Highmore sign to see how close you have to get to see it.
Okay.
And I have 2015 and 2020, so I have pretty good vision.
Right.
And you had to go by. There was no question about it in order to read that sign.
Well, I mean, from what you're telling me, I'm not disputing that I went by, but I didn't see him at all. I did not see him until the next day. And I did not know about the glasses until you told me.
Let's look at it this way. Did you see something and just didn't pay any attention?
No.
I mean, because
No.
I mean, I know you're shook up.
Yes.
I know just from talking to you the next 2 days later or whenever we talked to you,
Mm-hmm.
you were still shook up.
Mm-hmm.
And I can appreciate that. I can. And it's like, so in light of that,
Mhm.
I'm saying, did you just maybe not pay attention when you walked by? Or, I mean, how? I mean,
I was
by
just
the time-
scanning. I did not see him.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm scanning, but I didn't, you know, and it's a camera light. It's not great either.
But if you're looking for a deer,
Mm-hmm.
You'd be looking at the ground.
you're looking at the ground, aren't you? Wouldn't you look at the ground?
I looked both.
Fucking
you know.
uncut sapphires, my
I kind
grandpa.
of didn't. I mean, I don't know where my hand went exactly, but I
Yeah,
did
that's
not
impossible
see,
to know.
Right.
We get that. We get that.
But I did not see him. I did not see him. No. I did not see him. I don't know what else to tell you. I didn't.
You know what, Jason? If I'd have an easier time believing this if he still had clothes on, because he had. Yeah,
I saw
he had
him
a
the
blue
next-
shirt
Yeah, a dark shirt.
and
Yep.
and jeans.
But I didn't look. We didn't look at him real close the next morning either. You know, when I saw him, when I found him the next morning. I did not see him that night. No, I did not.
500K.
I can see how you say I should have seen him, but I didn't see him.
And I'm just doing it
Right.
from a
No, I get it.
logical.
No,
I mean,
did not see him.
that's what I'm just saying. It's from a logical
Mhm.
perspective, and that's what we're talking about all along here.
Mm-hmm.
We from a logical perspective, if you went by that,
I don't
and
know.
I'm looking, I would have seen that. And we asked a number of people, so when you go looking for a deer,
You bad for my
Well,
mental health?
I
Nice.
scanned into the ditch,
Nice.
walking back towards my car, but I did not see him.
we also say, I mean, the people we talked
I like
to
the
said-
cream colors for sure.
So
Looks nice.
I was in a meeting with a group of
Damn.
investigators,
Just got rinsed
and
with
I
that.
said, how many of you hit a deer? Every single one in that room. And there was 9.
Right.
I said, how many of you did not know you hit a deer? Every single one of them knew they hit a deer.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I think the phone part came, that explains that part.
Okay.
That kind of explains that part of it. The part of him laying on the side of the road. And
But then the next morning, we found him at 9:30. People had gone by, and they didn't see him either.
yeah,
You know?
and we saw that.
Right.
Joe and I saw that.
Right.
But you know what? I mean, he was off the level,
Mm-hmm.
but as long as you were on from the fog line over, you could see his body. You could see the white.
Things are looking pretty grim for Ravensborg. It is bad enough that he hit a person, but to pretend that he didn't see Bover and
Why the fuck
let
am
him
I looking
lie
the
there
opposite
overnight
way? What?
is unbelievably callous.
But if you were like walking down the center of the road,
Okay.
which I'm thinking if you just hit something, you're not going to walk down the middle of the road because those cars come along pretty fast,
Mhm.
and you didn't want to be a statistic either.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember any cars coming when I was there until the sheriff came. I did not see him.
So nobody stopped by to see if you
Nope.
were
Help,
doing
needed help or
okay
anything, nope. I
anything.
called 911 and the sheriff came. That's the
Okay.
only
So those are the only
two that went by that I don't
that you noticed.
I mean, when the sheriff came, you know, I kind of, like I said, I'm looking at the car, he's on my side. I don't remember anybody going past then, but, you know, up to that point, nobody had come. You know, nobody.
But you were also on your phone too.
Chance of
as
Pat
well.
Wallen task? Oh.
Well, I
You were
took a-
calling people and saying,
Oh.
I just got in a crash.
On the way home.
Oh, that's on the way home.
Yes,
Okay,
after
okay.
I got the sheriff's, no, yes,
Okay.
no, I didn't call until I,
Until the
But you had
sheriff
sent
got
them text messages with the photos and, hey, I got into an accident, I'm okay, car not so good. That was during that time, right?
well, I took the photo,
Mm-hmm.
and then the sheriff comes. I don't think I send it until I leave the sheriff. I don't think I call anyone. until I'm going down the road again.
And that's when you send the text messages.
Homie's driving. Oh, like he just admitted to
somewhere. Yeah.
Okay.
That's hilarious.
And we just want to get, we want to make sure we get everything in the right order.
I did not see him the night before. Absolutely not. I did not see him until I discovered him the next day. And got Tim, got the sheriff. I never saw the glasses until you told me when we were here in this room. You know, I was looking at the insurance. That's all.
I mean, you have to.
Well,
You have to give us a little something here, Jason. Okay. Initially, you were driving down the middle of the road. We know that's not true. You were 10 and 2 driving, and you didn't see this guy walking down the middle of the road. We know that's not true. Jason, you're a good guy. You're not used to being in this pickle.
I am a good guy, yes.
I agree. You're not used to this. We're used to people that are used to being in that seat.
Right. I understand that. I mean, I understand.
So that's
the
why
process.
we're, and I know you understand the process. I'm not second guessing that at all. What I'm saying is, if you look at it from our perspective,
I get
okay, things haven't been straightforward by any means. In fact, some people would call you a liar.
I am not a liar.
Some people, I'm not calling you a liar. I'm saying there's some mistakes made here, though. You would have to agree with that.
I don't know what I'd have done differently. I did not. I believed I was in the road, and I believe I set my phone down, shut the radio.
That it was so damn expensive, but worth it. The ladies at the weed store love it, but Bethlehem Hill. I'm gonna show you some clothes after this.
And I didn't find
this
him.
is like where this is my go-to
Find him until the next
company.
day. I mean, it pains me tremendously to hear that his face.
Come on,
went through
fucking die. Come on.
windshield. But I didn't look over. I was trying to stay alive myself at that point and get over. And I looked at the car, and I didn't see any blood. You know, I've been thinking to myself, if his face went through, it had to be blood everywhere. You know, would have been on the car. Because you got more skin here than
Actually, that's not true, because
Okay.
I believe he was dead on impact.
Right.
The second you hit him, he was dead. His heart's not working anymore. He is dead. So it's not pumping anymore. It's just sitting there.
Okay, well, I didn't know that. I mean, but that's how I was envisioning it.
I have
And
so
I-
many
that's the back of his head, and
I'm trying to clarify it for you as well.
right. Well, that's it, because I would obviously like to know what the, you know, how he
My
rode the
problem
car
is
and where he ended
I
up
have
and
so many
everything.
T-shirts, like I just
You know,
don't
it
even
never
want
made
buy
sense
new
to
clothes,
me.
you know?
You know, and I figured
I need, like,
it had to
pants
be the
if
back of
anything.
his head, and hair doesn't have the capillaries and everything your face has to spread blood, because there's no blood that I saw in the car or even on the outside of the car when we looked at it. You know,
But it is a red car.
well, that's it. It's a red car, and it is dark.
Yeah.
You know the.
Ravensborg acts like he would have seen blood if there had been any, which makes it sound as if he took the time to look carefully for any signs that evidence had been left behind.
People have been like, oh, there was blood on the road. Well, how do you tell that it's blood on the road versus washer fluid or it's just the road? I mean, it's dark.
Yeah, and
That's super dark, and I'm not expecting to have a person walking down the road or the shoulder even at that time of night or day.
That
It
time
only
of
makes
night
sense
or
that it was a
day.
deer to me.
Come on, one more hit. Yup.
The other thing, that question that I brought up to this group,
Uh-huh.
how many of you went back the next day to look to see what your
Now,
deer looked like?
I got that, and I didn't go back to look at him because I thought that I'd hit a man. I went back because the debris was still there.
No, what I'm saying is, I asked them, how many of
Mhm.
you went back to look at the deer,
Right,
to find the deer?
right.
And none of them did.
Well, yeah, but most of them probably found the deer or
Right.
left the scene from there. I mean, I'm bringing it back, and if I wouldn't, you know, I thought I was doing the right thing, getting gas, to give back to the sheriff. And I said, well, let's look for, the deer. I was just curious of how did it play out. It just felt like a thunderbolt hit my car, And where did he go? Maybe he went to the other side. I didn't know. And I was kind of trying to put my mind at ease of how did this happen? But I guess to my credit, I'm also like, well, if I didn't find him, how long would he have laid there? And I told the sheriff, and the sheriff was surprised. The sheriff's on the scene at least twice, and so is the tow truck driver. And none of them thought it was suspicious that it was not a deer. I guess I wasn't there when the tow truck driver was there, though, so I don't know what he saw or didn't see, but he didn't jump up and down to tell the sheriff, hey.
Yeah, there was a whole lot. I mean, the car was gone.
Right.
Obviously, you were gone. Tow truck guy is gone.
Right.
But we tracked everybody. I mean, we...
Right.
He's just fucked up.
That
guy's just fucked up.
Absolutely.
We're not leaving anything uncovered.
Well, I get it, that I get strict scrutiny because of who I am.
Yep.
He's just blaming it off because he's a politician, but it's not the case at all.
Because I think your guys would be sitting in these chairs if it was somebody else. And I think you know that.
I did not see him the night before. I did not find him until the next day.
Come on. Kill this fucking guy real quick. Take this black D-hide.
So you're not really sure how far you walked to see the high mountain.
Kill him, and then we tally out.
I walked back in that easterly direction towards the sign until I could see that enough that I could tell it was Highmore, the sign.
Come on. We gotta kill this man quick. We gotta kill him in a minute here.
Do you remember walking
1 minute
by a
to
marker?
get 79 damage.
A road marker? Just one of the yellow X's that they put on a post? Like
Hit
on a
him!
regular post, I guess. No. You don't remember seeing that at all?
30 seconds.
I'm looking off to that direction, to the east.
Classic
to
fucking
the right.
RUNESCAPE, bro.
That's where the sign's at, on that side of the road.
No, this cock and ball torture, man. I swear to God. They're just teasing me here. Look, they gotta make it super close. 29 damage, 10 seconds. Come on. Come on, please. I'm begging here. I'm begging.
Because I'm also looking at the town.
I'm begging. I'm begging for
you're just putting 2 and 2 together of where am I?
Yeah,
fuck this game.
Right.
So, I mean, arguably,
Come on.
but the flashlight on the side of the road, that's a really...
Come on.
I don't know.
Go on.
That's going to be a hard one to stomach.
I didn't see anything.
Come on.
I didn't see a flashlight. I didn't see a man.
Of course.
But you did see your debris on the road, which was one bigger chunk, I think you described it.
Right, yep.
Come on.
Was there more than that you saw on the road?
Kill this fucking guy.
It actually wasn't on the road, it was on the
There we
shoulder.
go.
Mm-hmm. Not really. I mean, if it... Think about that. I remember seeing that chunk. I guess I'm not certain.
So, part of the Tim being on the other side of the road.
No, Tim's on the same side of the road with me.
I mean, so you turn, and he's going that way, but you
Is there a timer on this fight?
went to
No,
Highmore
so
first.
if you look in
I got
the
gas,
right-hand
parked and
corner
waited.
of the screen,
I went first.
if you
and
look
turned forward,
right here,
parked
where
on
my
the north
mouse
side of the
is,
road.
right above
That's
my
where you guys were
inventory,
walking.
these here are
Correct.
timers,
I went
right?
west.
So this is an
Yeah.
anti-fire
During the
potion,
portions of his story,
and this is
he
an
is sure he can
anti-poison
get away with.
potion.
Ravensborg's voice
And
is loud
essentially,
and
I didn't
firm.
want to use another
When he is
dose of
trying
my
to deflect
potion,
from
because it's
uncomfortable
going to last for
facts, his
14
voice
minutes or
grows
whatever,
weaker
right?
and cracks.
It'll last for a while.
We
I
never
don't want to
made
waste
it
a
to the
dose of my
south side of
potion
the
just to
road,
kill
because I found
the
him on the
last
other
one
side
that was already super
correctly.
weak.
Yes.
But then
I had
we didn't
to
need to go
anyway.
to the south side because I found him on the north
That's
side.
what it
Yeah.
is.
So, I mean, with your car, with the damage that it has, I mean, in your car.
That's where the buff ends.
Right.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
this
yeah,
is
exactly.
all
That's when I gotta like.
the
So I gotta pay
extreme-
attention to these timers to make sure that
the
I
extreme rate of your
don't take
hood
like
as you're
fire
kicking down the
damage. You know
steering
what I
wheel.
mean? Because the dragon fire does the most.
It wouldn't be likely that
Obviously,
it would go that
it
way.
being a
would it?
dragon.
Anything
Obviously,
that you
no,
hit on this side,
No,
it's not likely that it's gonna go to the north side.
No,
It's
I
gonna
mean, I
stay-
just thought-
Or south side, it's gonna stay on the north side.
What I'm gonna
right,
do
if
is I'm
it
gonna
died,
hold on, inventory.
you know, that it didn't
Take this.
hit and then go off and keep going. I didn't think so, but I didn't check the south side of the road.
Yeah, you didn't get to that.
I didn't
at all.
get to that.
Okay.
I thought, let's start on the
And
north
then
side,
take,
because
like,
maybe he's
what?
dead and he's back
Like that.
farther towards the bean field or whatever that is. You know, maybe he glanced and went that way farther back out there. But maybe
We're gonna
he,
go out to the Wildy and
Did
we're
you
gonna
see-
big
did you see
dick
the-
some lesser
the mirror?
demons right now.
On the door here. Did you see that was broken?
yes.
We're gonna go over here and big dick some
Everything
lesser
likely
demons because I
went
need to get a loot bag.
Okay.
And then his face is in the windshield here.
There we go.
I did not understand where he went, in relation, because I never saw him and the car together,
Let me ask you this. Did you feel bumps? I'm not talking rumble bars.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking bump,
No.
like any kind of thumping
Well, I mean-
underneath your car.
No. I mean, I know it went.
This guy actually has
you
some
know,
of his
and I-
ground feels
and
very
I'm,
nice.
I'm pumping the brakes.
Looting bag
and that's what
first
I'm doing.
drop. Let's go.
I didn't know what the shock was.
Okay.
I mean, what the impact was. I was just
No way.
literally trying to stay alive myself and get to the side
Yeah.
of the road.
So
W.
pumping changes how ABS works.
Uh-huh.
Because ABS is designed, you just,
Excuse me.
Right,
you power it.
right.
You push it down, you don't pump it. Not like the old cars that
Okay.
I would be used to
Mhm.
back in my day.
Right.
It's like if you start to skid or you're trying to stop and skidding's happening, you pump the brakes.
Mm-hmm.
With these, you slam on the brakes.
I remember
So I
hitting
just
it,
can't die
letting
with
off,
this
hitting it, letting off,
this
hitting it.
looting
I
bag.
don't
Because last
know
time I
if
died
it's
with
three
a
or
looting
four
bag,
times,
there
but
was
I
some
know I-
shit in there.
I did not just slam it.
And that might make sense for how far you went ahead of.
Right, because I didn't
continue
I
on. You
didn't
you didn't dynamite the brakes to.
to stop right away, because I guess I'd always heard if you're in an accident and you slam it, you could spin yourself or go in the ditch or roll or
Wrong shot.
something yourself is what I'd always guess I knew. That's why I hit hard, but not to the floor, I would guess. I hit a couple times.
Okay. And I guess I'm wondering if you're feeling the bumps or even the rumble bars, because
I thought I hit. I mean, I heard the rumble bars. Yes, once I started applying the brakes. I don't remember any rumble bars prior to the brakes. Yeah.
So prior to stepping on the brakes, you don't remember the rumble bars at all.
Like I said, I'm not looking over at him now that I know it's a him or what it was. I would say I'd describe it as tunnel vision. I mean, I was now trying to get over and stop. I did not know it was a man until the next day.
So so your initial statement where you said,
I hit something, because I didn't know what it was, but I'm assuming it's a deer.
so
Assuming.
I didn't know what I hit until impact. That's a quote.
Okay,
What does that tell you? Upon impact, I knew what I hit.
okay. Say that again, if you would.
The strain of the interview is getting to Ravensbourne. He shifts and fidgets more and more as he sees that he's unlikely to be able to talk his way out of trouble.
I did not.
Oh,
know
bro,
what I hit
I
until
love
impact.
these politics,
That's your
dog.
quote.
I love these politics. Yeah, let me pause.
To me, that means once you hit it, you did know what you hit.
I did not know until the next day. I did not. No. No. I'm a military guy. You do not leave people on the battlefield. You do not leave people behind. If I had any thought that he was a man, I would have tried to render aid or do whatever to get an ambulance out there or whatever. You know, obviously I didn't know. You told me he died on impact. It would have been too late. But I would have been telling the sheriff and everything. You know, if I thought it was a man, obviously I would have insisted on a, blood test or breathalyzer or something at that point, immediately. But I didn't have any idea that this was, anything more than an accident.
But you're pretty shook up.
Well, absolutely.
So, I mean, it just
right.
Everything caused you to be pretty shook up at that point. So that's where sometimes people make errors.
Mm-hmm.
They make mistakes.
Right.
Like I said, from early on, people make mistakes. That's why I have a job. That's why Joe has a job. We try to fix those.
Mm-hmm. I did not know it was a man until I found him the next day. No. I would not have left anybody. I had not even fathomed that a man would be there in the dark. I would say that...
It doesn't matter whether you fathom he was there or
deer
not.
would
The
be
fact
there.
of the matter is he
Not a
was
man.
there, you fucking maroon.
And quite honestly, I was the test
And
runner.
the fact of the matter is, you fucking watched his
the guy
face go
walking
into
down
your
the side
window, and
that
you didn't
they
do
drove
anything.
by,
As a matter of fact, you tried
and
covering
I
it
was
up.
wearing a blue shirt
That's
just
the
like
problem,
that guy. Blue
homeboy.
jeans. I volunteered because
And carrying his
lever.
flashlight.
and
Pull
carrying
the lever. Pull the
to
lever,
get that
Crunk.
flashlight to see what they would see. They videoed it. It's pretty apparent. It was pretty apparent that you were not looking at the road when that happened. Whether it's
I still believe I'm looking at the radio and then looking at the speedometer to lock in the cruise is the best that I can remember.
do you just hit resume or do you actually lock it in every single time?
I do both. It depends on if it catches or not, the resume, because sometimes it won't. It won't. Like if you take it off, you hit the brake and it comes down, it sometimes won't lock it back in. You have to sometimes you have to put it in to hit resume. To
It's
on.
like
I'm
pushing
in
catch or
another.
something.
Right, yeah,
Sorry.
right. It'll come off of, and you got to do it over again, basically. And that's what I'm looking at. I know it, and I know how some of this looks, but I did not see a man.
Sounds like
until
he's
that day.
crying. No, I know.
Absolutely.
I know how.
You told me the glasses. Obviously that made me think. Are they his? After I left here, but I didn't know.
Yeah.
But I did not see it. I mean, like I said, I looked at the 65 sign, I looked at the 48 miles to Pier, and I didn't even really think I was getting going yet. I mean, and away you go, and I just got hit by a thunderbolt.
That's how that stuff happens so fast, though, Jason, and we know it. Because, I mean, quite frankly, it's not the first time that this has ever happened.
Well, yeah.
But it's like, we know that you look down, and we know you're on your phone at some point. We know you're telling us you're putting it down.
Absolutely.
Turning off the radio.
Yes.
All those things.
Yes, because I'm getting rid of
so there's
distractions,
that,
not adding to them or having distractions.
On the stuff we're
Well, you
doing
told
right
me that you had a search warrant for my car.
here. Yeah, yes.
For example, I mean, standard.
And so, we'll show a lot of stuff. So, if you were texting, we'll show it.
The detective tells Ravensborg that if he was texting, they will be able to prove it. He knows that Ravensborg already knows this, but he is trying to make Ravensborg uneasy enough to confess.
I was not texting. I mean, you should be able to look at my phone and show that I wasn't texting.
If you were answering emails, we'll show it.
Right.
And so, if any of that was going on, let's take care of it now so we don't have to come back and read.
The family, dude, yeah, exactly. There's no
Best I can remember.
none whatsoever.
Put it down.
He's just worried about himself. He's like, fuck.
I don't remember sending any text.
What about my car? That was one of the
No.
first things he said.
And
prior to the crash and the picture and
Sure.
you know,
Sure. And
which I willingly gave and everything. I mean,
and that's my fault to say text.
Yep.
Any kind of
Right.
e-transmission.
Right.
Whatever it is.
Right.
And it's like, let's get it all taken care of now, because
Oh, there we go.
Do I look at that stuff? Yes. But I looked at it and I know I put my phone down because I'm gonna think about this case, and I'm getting rid of distractions, not adding to them.
My question would be,
I
why
never
would
showed you
go
that
into
clothing company. Fuck, I'm gonna have to show you next
Joe
next
Biden
run.
just to then set your
I
phone?
forgot.
I mean, if you're
That's what I do. I guess I just see.
I guess we could do this real quick. Apparel. Like this, I have this shirt somewhere. I have this shirt somewhere. This is where I got the hat too. Like their hats here are fucking the best. Their hats are legit the best. They all come with like that crazy ass inside and shit. Expensive for sure. Yeah, it's American too. That's like $70 American and shit for a hat. You know. That's how it would be. How you doing? For the boyfriend for his birthday. Save this website. Grassy Roots, California. Grassy Roots, California. Highly suggest checking them out. They ship fast too. It says it could take like a month to get there or some shit. I ordered like this hat and like the green shirt and like hat and some like here. Do I still have the thing open? I don't. Fuck. Damn. I'll show you. I'll show you next wave. Shit's fire though. It's like a stoner's paradise, that fucking that website, I swear to God. Psychedelic as hell too. Nice. Nice way to finish out on him there. Ooh. Oh my God. KCKBD. We're at 36, baby. Woo! This hat here is a small, and it's kind of small in my head, so I'd go for the one size above it. I'd go for the size above it. This is a small, and I'm like on like the last two. You know what I mean? So you go for the size above it. My sister says I have a big head, so keep that in mind. But that's just my sister. You feel me? Ooh. $36K. Bro, getting this Hosta literally sped up the KC so much. Insane. My goodness.
See the headlines and stuff. I do that all the time. You know, I look at it, maybe, you know, like a scroll, and if it's a long one, I don't, you know, ever read it. I mean, I could do that when I'm sitting here. I'm like, if they're too long, next. And you go to the next one, or go to not doing that anymore.
So that one's a fairly, I mean, as it goes.
Right. I mean, you look at it,
It's
it's
a
not
couple
of interest.
pages for sure.
Right. I never read the article. I might have, you know, scanned it or looked at it, but.
Woo, go, homeboy, go. Go, my ninja.
So where do we go from here? How long till?
Well, we're still gathering stuff.
Mhm.
I mean, we wanted to get you up to speed.
Mm-hmm.
We wanted to, this is your opportunity to straighten things out.
Right. Well, I want to help straighten stuff out.
And
Absolutely.
So that's why we came in, and, we're quite honestly,
Mm-hmm.
I told you my concerns.
Mm-hmm.
And whether you think they're bogus or not,
Oh, I think you're very genuine.
it's going to be a hard thing to get past. That's
Right.
So if there's,
I never
If there-
saw there was a man.
if there was a logical reason outside of that, we just need to know. We need to know. Let's get this thing behind us.
I thought I was in the road.
600K for 36KC.
I never.
I don't really know if I'll be making money from this, but
I never saw him
it'll be fun.
until the next day when I found him. I don't know what else I can help try and straighten out for you.
Okay. Do you want
I'm obviously not as observant as I should be.
should we take a couple-minute break? And
Yeah.
Yeah, can I get some water?
We'll get you a glass of water. We'll take a couple-minute break. We've been talking a long time.
This guy's sitting there like, I'm fucked. Five, come on, we're getting there. Bro, fight. He's got 5 damage. Hit him. Nice. Yo, Jay, what's good, bro?
They resumed the interview after giving Ravensborg a short break to think. While he should be considering his actions and the tragic death of Bover, the sad reality is that Ravensborg is probably giving more thought to the inevitable end of his political career.
Oh yeah, 100%. That guy don't give a fuck about the other guy, the guy he killed. Not a chance. Just make it chillin', dude. Yeah, I seen you're playing some Borderlands too, bro. How's your controller doing? Cheers.
So Jason, you know, trying to figure out what our other options are to help you out with this too, you know. So, if you were to take a polygraph on this, how would you do?
I would pass, except for
You just map the buttons around?
That's how that would work, because I thought of, can I take a polygraph?
And I'm a polygraph examiner myself.
And
so.
well, they told me the only concern would be, now you know it, versus you didn't know it at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe what I believe, you know, that I did not see him or anything else, but then they said, well, now you know that it was a man, even though at the time you didn't.
Right.
And it could fluctuate. But I believe, and I will, you know, if that's what I got to do, you know, I believe with all my heart. I did not know what it was. I thought it and assumed it was a deer. And I didn't know it was him until I saw him the next day.
Mm-hmm. Who'd you talk to about it?
I think I talked to Tim, and then Tim asked the DCI folks.
Oh, okay.
Like Tyler is our guy, he's the agent here.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I think he's the one that went out and secured the scene right away and such. He's our agent here, and
Yep.
Peter,
Mm-hmm.
I think he gives polygraphs. We can obviously give polygraphs just like you
Yep.
folks probably
Sure.
do when you hire new agents and such.
Right.
You know, I've never taken a polygraph or anything.
I was curious because I'm very familiar with most of your examiners.
Yep.
You know,
I mean, I
so
think
it was more curiosity.
I think
than anything.
Tim talked to Tyler. Is
Okay.
Who talked to.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I believe. You know, I thought I hit a deer. You know, I didn't know what I hit, but I thought I hit a deer because that's the only thing that made sense. Why would you think a man is walking down the side of a road in dark?
Right.
Did you talk to anybody else about any aspects of investigation?
I guess.
Like crime scene investigators?
No.
You said you mentioned it to Tim about that.
Right.
How about phone forensics, any of that kind of stuff?
Well, I asked your guy a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Cassidy.
Yep.
You know how it would work, and then he was explaining because, of course, you know how it is it transmits and such, and I told him about that On My Way app on that phone because it tracks.
Jay, how much your controller is in America?
Get the points and such, but I didn't want it to be transmitting, and then that be held against me, or how it slams into the, you know, into the wheel well and such.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you talked to Cassidy about that?
Yeah, well, I told him about that, I guess, and he said,
Oh, okay.
he says, and it doesn't like it. We put it on airplane mode, and it doesn't like that.
No, I suppose for traveling, it's...
Yeah, it didn't like the, you know, it kept beeping at them.
Sure.
You know.
Okay. Anybody else? Did you talk to anybody else about
Can't think of anybody. Go on.
Because you guys have your own unit, don't you? Like for cyber crime or phone
Oh, yeah.
crap like that?
Okay, yep. Yep.
I didn't know if you guys did or
No,
if that's
we
something
do.
that you guys have your
Yep.
own people.
I guess I did ask Romer a few questions, just how phones work and how they transmit and such.
And who's Gromer?
He's the head of my ICAC unit
Oh, okay.
out of Rapid City. He was there one day, and I just asked him, well, how do things work? How fast do they transmit? What will it get held against me? I explained this On My Way app again, you know, and such.
And he's out of Rapid City?
Yeah, he's headquartered out of Rapid City.
Okay.
So he's like your coordinator for your whole ICAP,
Yeah,
DCI?
he's the boss of the ICAC division of
Okay.
DCI, yes.
Okay.
Ravensborg has been fishing around for information to see if there's anything that might incriminate him. When asked if he would be willing to take a polygraph, he agrees, but does not sound confident about it.
So if we arranged for a polygraph, you'd be willing to take one?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, we have, I mean, your guys, obviously,
Right, yeah.
we can't do that.
Right.
And our guys have to do theirs in North Dakota, just like your guys have to do them in South Dakota, because they're licensed there.
There's licensing issues.
I guess if you're asking, I'll let you ask first. If you're asking if I'll go to North Dakota, hell yes, I'll go. You know, I mean, if that's what it takes or whatever. I didn't want to put words in your mouth.
No, we were just, actually, we were just brainstorming how we could do this, and,
Mhm.
and it's like, well,
Right.
we could have them come to Bismarck, and
sick.
one of our guys there could do it.
I'm
if-
willing to do that, yes.
Okay.
Whatever I can do to cooperate.
And like I said, I mean, from the beginning, you've been
Yeah.
cooperative.
Well, again, the hardest part of this is I wouldn't do anything different. I didn't know that this was going to happen to me, obviously. Again, why would a man be walking down the road? I believe I'm on the road, and wham, and my life changes.
And wham, and then my
never-
life changed. That's
I called
exactly how it
911.
happens, buddy. That's why you
I
can't
got
be
the
fucking
sheriff
playing
out
on
there.
your phone when you're driving, you idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly,
doing
because
the
shit
right thing.
happens so goddamn fast when you're going. Like,
that I should have seen probably,
duh.
but I did not see him until the next day.
Well, quite frankly, we're gonna continue on.
Okay?
We're gonna keep doing our stuff. Like I said,
Understand.
we got,
Like, yeah,
we've been spending
a lot of time. and
a
I
lot of
assume-
time, and that's because we wanna do a thorough job. We don't
I
want
understand.
anything.
How about, so do you have any, you know, obviously now we gotta set this up and such to go up there and everything, but do you have any kind of time estimate before you'll do your report? And then where does your report go?
To that county.
Good. I mean, well,
That's
the
what,
first night, I was dead. The governor did a press conference and said I was involved in a one-car fatality, and my whole family thought I was dead.
sure.
You know, and I would like, obviously, a chance to know what's happening, you know, before it's on all the media.
And
you know,
we don't
I
control.
understand, but I didn't know you were sending it right to the governor, you know, first.
We didn't.
No, that you were gonna send the report when it comes, or what?
No, we're
You
not
don't send
sending
it to the county.
We're not sending it to the governor. We send it.
I'm the case, so I have
Okay.
my reports
Yes.
set up to go to the highway patrol,
Uh-huh.
because they're technically the lead on this, so they
Okay.
need a cop, and the Hyde County State's Attorney, that's it.
Okay. Right.
So actually, honestly, for a very high profile case, I have a very short distribution list on this, because it's, as many other people would like to get the reports, there's
Oh, I'm into
there's
that.
there's
Well,
no reason.
The governor says she's gonna put them out all when they come.
Yeah, sorry.
Right,
I
yeah,
know.
No, I
That's a
just,
freight train that we're not gonna
Right.
stop. I mean, I'm not gonna stop.
can you tell me, like, is my toxicology back or anything? Can you tell me any of that?
I'll tell you it's zero.
Right.
Just
What
like
should
you
be.
knew.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
You knew that.
But it's.
And we followed up, like, with the folks that and I don't know if they
Mhm.
called you or not, and I don't care if they did.
Mm-hmm.
Because I talked to the waitress, and
Mhm.
I talked to the bar owner,
Okay.
I talked to those people and I knew what it was gonna be, but
Right.
we
Well,
had
you
to
still
do
gotta
it.
do your due diligence, absolutely.
And the HP that came there was because I told him.
Okay.
I
Okay.
told him, I said, just go do it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know you from Adam. I said, maybe not.
Right.
But either way, we need to do this
Right.
because it's the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
And so they did it on my bequest.
Okay.
Because at that time I already knew that I was the one coming down here. And so we're just gonna, I wanted to make sure, I mean, if you were or if you weren't,
Absolutely.
it was gonna,
Right.
granted it's a little late, but
Yeah.
it's better than nothing.
If we didn't do it,
Right.
then public perception would have been that you were completely annihilated out there driving.
Well, that's
you know,
what
I mean,
they said anyway.
Yeah.
But I did not have any alcohol. How about, can you tell me if his toxicology's come back?
We don't have any of that yet.
They said that.
21. Come on, just hit him huge here. Hit him huge.
and that's out of our hands because that went to Ramsey
Huge
County,
hit.
Right,
Minnesota.
right. And how about the
Huge hit.
accident reconstruction
Huge hit.
expert out of
Huge hit. One more.
Wyoming?
One more.
Well, they have the 3
One more.
guys working
One more.
that are construction guys here, reconstruction guys here, and then they're working in conjunction with him. So that's
Come on.
still it's all new.
Die, motherfucker.
This has been labor intensive,
Oh, I
quite
bet.
honestly.
Bitch.
Absolutely.
And
As the interview winds down,
Die,
Ravensburg clings
son
desperately
of
to
a
anything that
bitch.
might strengthen his story.
we're honestly trying to get everything covered.
And we got
We're-
calls of, from North Dakota taxpayers of why we were paying to do a South Dakota investigation. And, we know we've done ones for you folks. I mean, last year
Yeah.
there was an auditor issue we
Mm.
investigated,
Yeah.
and
It goes back and forth,
Right,
and
yeah.
the general public doesn't know it, but how else do you maintain the integrity?
Amen.
So we just do it, and generally it's not advertised as widely as this is, but I think they wanted to make sure that it wasn't,
Let's kill,
I
baby.
mean, as one of the cousins said, another big cover-up.
Right. Oh,
It's like-
well, yes, I won't say anything.
Yeah, so that's that.
Any other questions?
I have nothing.
I
Stop
don't have anything at
freezing
this point,
me.
Jason,
I appreciate you coming in. Just thank you for all your cooperation.
Yeah.
on this. We do appreciate it.
We hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it is what it is, and we look at what we're doing and what we're seeing as evidence. That's the best we can do.
I did not know it was a man until the next day. I'll go to my grave saying that, and I'll happily take a polygraph. So.
Alrighty, well,
All right.
we'll work on that angle, and, we have the prosecutor in the loop too,
Okay.
so we'll just keep going forward and see what we find out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Walk you out.
On February 17, 2021, Ravensburg was charged with 3 misdemeanors: operating his vehicle while using his cell phone, driving outside his lane, and careless driving. Prosecutors chose not to charge Ravensburg with vehicular homicide or second-degree manslaughter.
Of course
And
not.
South Dakota has no
He's one of
negligent
them.
homicide law. On August 26, 2021, as part of a plea deal, Ravensburg pleaded no contest to making an illegal lane change and using a phone while driving. Prosecutors dropped the careless driving charge. Ravensburg avoided jail time but was fined $1,000 and ordered to pay court costs.
Bruh. You fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
In 2022, Jason Ravensburg was impeached, and the state Senate voted to permanently ban him from ever holding office in the state of South Dakota. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you did, there is a Patreon link in the description where you can support the channel
Bruh.
further. Thank you for watching. I'll see you
Suck
in the
my
next
ass and like what? There's no fucking way. He murdered someone. That's what I'm saying.
Just after sunset, on a warm...
Fuck. That's fucking crazy. What'll be even crazier is if I don't fucking kill this dragon. I gotta get out of here. Woo! Close one, baby. I keep all of that. Why don't I just do this? Here, I'm put another something else. Man, I don't think I've had this much fun playing RuneScape in ever. I love fucking killing this dragon, man. I've wanted to kill this thing since 2007, for fuck's sakes. And I'm just rinsing it. I'm just rinsing it. Woo!
Last year we shared with you the story of Dawood, who lost his daughter to crocodiles in Tana River. As parents age, children are relied on to fetch water from the river, and we've been taking account of every story shared with us. Every moment spent, every goal achieved, every dollar given is a responsibility on us to do some good in the world.
Oh, this is
and we'd like you to help us make it count.
Okay. Get out of here.
I buy the same products you do, only I get them much cheaper. I save hundreds of dollars a month by doing this one simple trick that I'm about to show you. Don't spend another dime shopping online until you've watched this first.
Watch this. I can show you how to get the sweetest deals online when you shop.
Bro, I gotta watch a fucking minute-long ad? Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, why do I... What? Minute and a half. Minute and a half. Unskippable. Oh! Get that shit
and
out of
evidence
it.
markers everywhere. A big police presence here as Miami Beach police investigate this double shooting. 2 people shot and taken to the hospital.
When
we
you're
don't
down
know
bad like
exactly
that.
how they're doing this morning, but we do know 1 person shot in the shoulder, another person shot in the leg.
It started with words about car doors hitting each other.
It ended with 2 men facing first-degree attempted murder charges.
Miami, Florida is one of the hottest locations for hip-hop and rap artists to perform and record. And they can often be spotted at local restaurants. In 2021, several artists and their entourages met at Prime 112 for dinner. Before the meal had been served, shots were fired outside. and confusion reigned as everyone took cover. Some of the artists who were carrying weapons became involved, while others scattered to avoid being injured. One of the managers tried to leave the scene to avoid the notoriety, but was caught and taken in for questioning.
All right, man. So again, my name is Detective Corvo. This is Sergeant Gonzalez.
What do you have to, Tony?
Obviously, there was.
What is your name? Gonzalez?
Gonzalez. There was an incident that took place last night. In order for me to talk to you about it, I gotta read you your Miranda warning. Okay?
I had to read my Miranda if I'm under arrest.
Because I don't know what you're gonna tell me. You can tell me that you murdered someone. You know what I mean? So I gotta read you your Miranda.
So can I call my lawyer and have my lawyer come down with it?
At this point, that's not how it's gonna work. No. So basically, I got stories from different people.
Alright.
I need to see what you're going to tell me.
Okay.
As far as your involvement, so that I can either piece it together and release you, or like I said, you tell me you fucking, you know, planning a bomb somewhere or some shit.
I mean, I didn't do nothing, bro. Like, this is like I know a lot of people get in police custody and they play I didn't do anything. I ain't gonna lie. There's bare times I was in police custody and I did something. I'm not gonna lie, you know what I'm saying? Right now, I can do nothing, bro. Like, this is it's just so crazy to me, you know what I'm saying? Ready to do it.
So like I said, in order for me to even hear anything like that,
Yeah, go ahead.
I gotta read it. Alright, you must understand the following rights before you're asking questions. So again, before I can ask you anything about what took place, because it was an incident where a crime occurred, I gotta read you this. You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to talk to me or answer any of my questions if you do not wish to do so.
Oh, dude, no, man. Come on,
If I have a question about that, can I ask right now? I got rid of that.
come on, I've been here for an hour.
If I don't answer no questions right now, if I say it right now, just be like, I don't want to talk to you guys. I'm going to jail, right? Like, just off top, just because I just.
It depends.
Honestly, I really did nothing, so I don't mind talking to you. So
yeah, so. Let's work with that. Okay, number 2. Should you talk to me, anything that you say may be introduced into evidence in court against you. You understand that, right? Yes.
Fuck this kid. Whatever.
You have the right to consult with a lawyer before being questioned, to have a lawyer present during questioning. Do you understand that, right?
Yes. Well, I just asked you if I got my lawyer.
I know. So it's just you understand these rights. So this is not saying that that's what's gonna happen. This is saying that I have to read it to you, and do you understand what I'm reading to you? Pretty much is what it's saying.
Okay.
Okay. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be provided for you at no cost if you want one. Do you understand that, right?
Yes.
Knowing these rights,
This could be a song keeps tripping you out.
Without having a lawyer present, you see how it ties in now? Knowing these rights, are you now willing to answer my questions without having a lawyer present?
If I can't have my lawyer present, because that's what it sounds like you're telling me is I can't have him.
This is very simple. Either you talk to us now, or you don't want to talk to us.
I'll talk to you.
know what
I'm just saying shit.
So it's either you
Should
know
I
your rights or you waive it. So you have the right. It's up to you, attorney. We can't tell you what to do. I can't give you advice.
Talk to us. I call my attorney. He'll come right now. Like he will come. He'll drop whatever he's doing and come right now.
That's not the way it's gonna work. We're not gonna wait for that to happen. So we gotta ask you.
Yeah, go ahead.
McGrath is hesitant to talk, knowing that even though he wasn't involved, he might say something that could be misconstrued. The thought of having to spend the night in a cell is the deciding factor, and he chooses to speak to the detectives.
I don't even have time to sit around.
Okay. And then, is this state inside of your own free will?
Woo! He almost died. That guy almost died over there. Yo, Jack P, what's up? Jack P, check this out. We got around 50 zombies getting paused.
Print my name as subject?
Yeah. You're the subject of the interview, not suspect. Remember, suspects?
Nah, I said subject.
I know, but just explain. Subject means that you're the person of this interview.
Yeah, I know there's no way I'm suspect. I just want to go home. I just don't want to go to jail.
You're just 6/1 of 2021. And the time is 10:40 a.m.
What time?
10:40 a.m.
Yeah, man. The artist probably doesn't even realize that we didn't even make it back to the crib.
Alright, so now we've done this. Tell me what happened last night, man. I know that you were at Prime 112. Who'd you go with to Prime 112?
I went with Can I have one question? It's like, whatever I say in the interview, like, is that gonna like?
Who the rapper?
Yeah, will it go out?
No, man, it's just for us.
Bro, I day-to-day manage Tory Lanez. You feel me? He has enough going on. Tory Lanez.
That is
he has his big song was you gotta do more than just say it. You gotta do, or he had the other one, everyone falls in love sometime. So we were there. I flew in. We had a show last night in Dallas. We flew in today. I think. I don't even think that matters what time we flew. Okay. So we flew in. Boom. Went home, went to sleep. They woke up. They called me like, "Yo, let's go to Prime." I'm like, "All right, bet, let's go to Prime." Boom. We get to Prime now. The lady comes and gets us. The general manager, they take us to the upstairs to the private room.
Okay.
We're in there. Boom.
You guys inside already at this time?
Yeah, we're inside already. We're inside. When we got there, it wasn't any celebrities like that yet. Everyone started coming after. It was like everyone tried to catch the 10:30 reservation at the end before the kitchen closed, you know. So we're all in there. Ordered some water, some drinks. And the reason why we get that private room is because they'll let us smoke upstairs. You know, they charge us like $1,000 for the room, some crazy shit, and they'll let you smoke, do whatever you're doing. You know, it's private. You don't have to worry about fans making it up there and all that shit. So we're up there and we're hanging out. We go out on the balcony in the front. Have you ever been to Prime 112? Yeah. You know when you're facing Prime 112, you know the top layer. Yeah. I'm standing on that. On the balcony. On the balcony. Gotcha. We're standing. Because they wanted us to sit at the table out there, but we didn't want everyone pulling up and then seeing us standing at the table. So we did the upstairs back room. So we were in there. We go out and we're back and forth, smoking on the balcony, going back in, talking to the girls, bottom coming back out. Then I have one more question, bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you guys, bro. I really just don't want to go to jail, bro. I had nothing to do with this. If I give you the best of my, can I just please go home, bro? It's like I'm almost.
We just gotta talk to you.
Bro,
I can't promise you anything.
Bro,
I don't even know.
I see the baby, right? And the detectives that was asking us about that shit, right? Because I know that's what this is really about. That's why it's really blowing my mind that I'm really still in jail. Because I know you guys know that was over there somewhere, whatever happened with them. Because the original detective asked questions.
Let's keep going.
The original asked me about him already. Like, asked me, like, yo, did you see the other rapper? Did you see the rapper? Yo, bro, they pulled up. I'm talking to Tori, like, yo, bro, let's go downstairs and holler at him because we just did a record with him that we're having a problem clearing the record. Like, let's go talk to him about the situation because it was just a little mixed blood with us getting on before them. I think they might have paid us. That's irrelevant. We did something with them before, and now like I guess like they feel a little weight, but we squashed it. We've been working together. So I'm like, yo, let's go save it up. And then Tori is so crazy, bro, because Tori's like, nah, bro, I don't want to talk to that nigga, bro. I don't like the way the nigga be moving up straight. And we're sitting there trying to convince Tori to go downstairs and talk to him. And as we start convincing Tori to go downstairs and Tori's dubbing it,
McCreath shares the same reaction as Jonathan DeBaby Kirk, who was closer to the original shots.
Anyway, so they already, blah, whatever's going on over there, manager come with us. We boom, come walk around, we go into the side door. As soon as we get right into this corner, it's a damn security guy with me and everything. As soon as we get like right here, right before we get to the corner, bam, 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 bam. Multiple gun salute. Oh,
bam, bam. I'm thinking it's a firework at first, but then I'm thinking like, nah, it's too loud. Like it's too loud. It sounds too close. Who's shooting a firework? Oh, I hear another one again. Now we duck down. Everyone's ducking down. We're crawling on the floor on the balcony. We open the door. I push my artist inside, bro. We're crawling on the floor. The other kid I work with, Jabbar, that you guys just released, he was saying like, yo, let's just stay here in the private room and eat, bro.
Who's Jabbar?
He was here with us too. He was just released.
Like I said, I talked to the guy with the long hair.
With the braids.
Okay.
Like I think you guys took him back to the bench. He was the driver.
Okay.
You feel me?
Okay.
So we all now he met us there. Me and Tori, we drove in 2 separate cars. Now,
what type of car did you go?
I have a silver S550 Mercedes. I believe it's a 2018. If it's not an 18, it's a 17. If you go out there and check my back right window, I was in an accident around my birthday last year, and since I got the car back, I've been having a problem with manually putting up and down the window. So my Benz is the one that the window is down, and then Tori's car is in the shop, and he's driving a rental Mercedes as well, and his Mercedes is a silver as well. Mm-hmm. We left both the cars there because the valet was locked. Like, I almost want to say it was the lieutenant that was here just now. I almost want to say it was him standing in front telling us that we couldn't get the keys, and Tori's telling him like, yo bro, I know you probably don't know who I am, but bro, I'm a celebrity and I really can't even be around this right now. I have my own situations going on. I just need to go. They was telling us we couldn't get the keys, we couldn't get the keys. Boom, we're like, all right. So we start walking now. Now they start putting up the yellow lines and shit, and we start walking. Mind you, my brother's walking, gotta be $180,000 in chains on his neck. Tori, we're walking down the street, we're walking. No security, no nothing, like just walking, because they're not letting us get the keys. So I think that's why they might have seen us moving around a lot. Again, that's because my brother's a celebrity, even though you guys don't know who he is. I mean, we were taking pictures the whole time we were in there, you know what I'm saying? So that's what that was about. We were just trying to move fast and get him away from the restaurant. So now they put up the lines. I want to say we walked down 2nd and Ocean. That's Ocean that Prom told us on, right? Yeah. So we walked down 2nd towards, do you know where the Big Pink is? Yeah. We walked around towards the Big Pink. By like a gift from God, we end up seeing another artist that's signed to Tori that lives here in Miami as well. We weren't even together. He just randomly was driving by. I waved him down.
Who's that guy?
His name's David. He's gone though. He wasn't even at Prom talking.
What's his artist name?
Davo. G-A.
Davo.
Yeah, he wasn't even on.
He was not related to any of
Yeah, he wasn't at the restaurant.
Was he at the restaurant? No?
Nah, Davo wasn't even at the. It was just a coincidence that we're walking down the street and we see him by a Big Pink driving, and he's like, yo, what happened? And I'm telling him, I'm like, some guys laid out on the street. He's like, oh shit, I knew somebody had to happen. I'm like, yo bro, take Tori and take him, bro. We gonna try to figure out the situation with the car. And Tori had a female with him. So he got in the car.
The police are never happy when someone leaves the scene of the crime, even if that person isn't involved. They will have to be tracked down as potential witnesses at the very least, which takes extra time and manpower. I recently posted the deposition of Tupac Shakur, ad-free, on my Patreon.
Jay drove. We all got in the car. We walked. His car was parked by the Big Pink. So first we walked down Collins towards
Rep Sean.
First, you know where Uncut is, and
yeah.
So we walked down there because.
So you go, instead of going north, you go south.
Yeah, we're walking because the other kid too that was released, Kadeem's trying to get Tori's car out the valet. So he actually got the keys. The guy actually ended up giving Kadeem. The valet guy actually ended up giving Kadeem the keys. I didn't get my keys, but he gave him Tori's keys and was like, because he just realized, you know, Tori comes all the time. He just gave him the keys. He actually got in the car and started trying to drive away, and they blocked off the whole street, and he parked the car at the Dream Hotel. He valeted back at the Dream Hotel and jumped out. So he's not from here. He's from Toronto. So he's walking around not knowing where he's at. And I'm like, yo, what street are you on? So I walk down Collins now all the way to First and come back and get him. And then we walk back to the car. As we jumped in the car, we drive away. Like, you know, and that's why it was just something we would have never seen coming, that we was getting pulled or nothing, because we was on the beach for a while, even after the thing, just trying to figure out the car and this and that. So now we get in the car, we drive, we make it to Fifth Street. The bridge is looking crazy on Fifth Street. We make the right on Alton. I told him to take the Venetian because we live downtown. Tori lives downtown, so I'm like, you'll take the Venetian down to 17th, and then you get off the beach like that. It's probably not mad people trying to do that yet. Bro, lights come on. We're all not even thinking we're even getting pulled over, bro. Jay's like, they're not drawing us, right? We don't. Yeah, all right. He stops for a second, and then we see all the lights come on, and we see all the cops getting out the car. but they're not like directly behind us. They're like a little distance behind us, so we're not thinking they're pulling us. So Jay almost started driving, and then I seen, how I knew is the cop that was in the first car jumped in the car quick when he seen the car moving. I'm like, no, stop the car. They're trying to pull us over. It's mad guns out. I'm like, stop the car. He stops the car, and then they start telling us like, yo, put your hands out the window, turn the car off, and then open the front door, and open this door, and just got out. They got us.
All right. So just backing up a little bit, okay? Because I didn't want to interrupt when you were talking. So when the shooting first starts happening, you're still upstairs.
Yeah.
All right. There was a first shooting that you
Yeah,
said?
it was like I couldn't count how many shots.
But it was
when they told us 60, I was like, what? I wanted to say 3, then maybe 6 the next time or something like that. But then again, I'm ducking. I'm looking up too because I'm curious. Because you know it's a celebrity standing down there. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking too at the same time, like, oh, damn. But I'm ducking. We're all ducking under the tables and shit. And then it's like it was like 3 shots or something, 3 or 4, and then it was like another extended bunch of shots, like bam, 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 bam. What I seen in between that, I seen the black. All right, after the first set of shooting, boom, we went inside now. You feel me? We went back in the restaurant.
So balcony, you go back inside.
Yeah, because the room we're eating at is right next to the balcony door. That's why they put us there. So we go back inside. Again, like I was saying, Jay saying, Tori's saying, let's cut. Tori's like, let's go, bro. And then Jay's like, nah, let's not go. Let's stay here. Let's eat. Let's give them time for that to cool down, bro. We're like, all right. Now, it's a little delay between the 2 shots. It's not right back to back. Now, we come back out. You start seeing all the police is pulling up in the cruisers. But these is regular black and whites, like in the trucks, pulling up now. And then we see the guy laying on the floor. So we're like, yo, bro, the guy.
2 people were injured during the incident. One was released with minor injuries, but the second was permanently paralyzed.
Die, motherfucker.
But the guy's kind of moving, so that's what we're looking at. Then I seen like a black Chrysler 300. It was a black Chrysler. I think it was.
What's up?
See that shit? Mm-hmm. And it was like, it was in the front, and I see some people like around the car. And then I seen I just heard a skirt, like the car trying to pull off. And when the car tried to pull off, one person jumped on the hood like this, like, hey. And then he turned the wheel, and the guy kind of flew back.
Who are you continue? Do you know who that person was?
In the black Chrysler?
No, the person that was trying to stop the car.
I'm not sure, bro.
I
ain't gonna lie, bro. I think it was the baby's camp, bro. I'm not going to jail.
No, I'm just asking.
I think, bro, I think it was dumb. It's like, and then it's like we all work together in music, so I'm not even really trying to be out here dropping on his name.
Man, bro, I know
and
that.
It comes out.
Listen,
and
it's
like
nothing like that. I know you don't we're just trying to figure out what happened. You happen to be there. Obviously, would like to know if you recognize the person. He didn't do nothing wrong. He just put his hands on the car. You know what I'm saying? He almost got run over, by the way.
He got ran over. Yeah, that's what caught my attention.
Right now, he's like a victim to us.
So he's like on the shit like this.
Who's that guy?
It was so quick. It wasn't. I want to say it's somebody. It was somebody with the baby.
Okay.
Like
you think yeah, possibly?
Okay. Possibly. It was somebody with the baby, bro. Okay. It was someone with the baby, bro. It was someone with the baby. Because for a matter of fact, they all jumped back in that black Escalator. I don't even know how the cops let them pull off, bro. Like, I'm talking about the second shooting. It's police standing as close as the door.
Yeah, there's lights and sirens already there, right?
Yeah, there's police there already, bro. I can't even believe this. Like, this is going on. You know what I'm saying? So I'm upstairs. I'm looking. I seen a guy put his hands on the front of the car like that. It was just happening so fast. Like I don't know why he's trying to stop the Chrysler. I don't know why he's trying to stop the Chrysler. You know? Yeah. I think they shot at the Chrysler. I think that's the
second go to the other park if you want to just walk around the thing.
You see that Chrysler pulling off.
Alright, when I see the Chrysler pulling off, first it's like a skirt, and like he's still kind of on the car, and the guy, he's wearing like a white tank top. He's wearing a white tank top or a white t-shirt. I think it's a white tank top. And he like jumps back like off the shit like this kind of. Yeah. And then all of a sudden it's like I was looking, at where they were, but I don't think it was right there where the shooting was. I think the shooting was like a little bit to the right or something because you started hearing it again. Bam, 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 bam,
For you, my boy.
bam, 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 and they're just shooting.
And you're on the balcony, right?
I'm on the balcony at this point. Most of my team already went back inside. I think now it's just me, Tori, and I don't know that guy's name, his real name, but we were all in the car together. He was wearing the white shirt, the guy who had all his stuff in the cap.
Okay.
He was on the balcony with me. It was me and him on the balcony. They shot it up. They were shooting it up. Like me and him ducked down. Me and him was ducking down. They started shooting again. Then when I looked up,
started shooting again.
When I looked up, like I just don't want to, because it was kind of fast, bro, and it's something that I didn't see happen. But I want to say I seen the baby securities with their guns up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm positive that's what I see. I'm not trying to be a snitch. I'm not trying to be nothing. But in our reality, bro, I can't even.
You're not being a snitch.
I can't, bro. I can't even be involved in this. Like my life and my situation that I got going on right now, bro. Like I can't even be involved in this. Like, and I know that's why I got held here and all of that throughout all this shit because you guys see that I was already a convicted felon, and it's just like, yo, bro, I can't even be involved in this. I didn't have no gun, bro. I didn't shoot no gun. Like that's not even. Life's so good at this point in right now. I'm not even like, you know, we're outside, no security. You know what I'm saying? Like life is good right now. Like. I don't even.
Did you see anybody shooting?
I didn't see any shooting. Like it was too much, bro. Cause you gotta remember, bro. As soon as the gun starts going off, I'm ducking. You know, I'm ducking and I'm coming back up type shit. So.
From McCreath's vantage point, the shooting wouldn't have been immediately visible. It would have been impossible to see anything while he was trying to take cover.
Like if you keep this off the record, bro. Like honestly. The baby got 2 bodyguards that are twins, bro. And I seen the niggas with guns in their hand, bro. I all positive I seen the baby walk out. But the baby was in the restaurant now. They got rushed the baby in the restaurant. Now the baby's coming out. He has his backpack. I think he had a gun when he was coming out. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. All this time that y'all sat here and waited, made me wait 12 hours to talk to me, all this shit.
I don't remember.
Them niggas probably caught a jet and are out of here already. You know what I'm saying? These niggas is rich. Like they probably. Like, you know, if they had any kind of involvement in that, they're not even here no more. Like, just go try to look for them. If they're not here no more, then you know. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Did you see anybody else from the babies?
They all jumped in this black Escalade.
No, I'm asking you. You know them by name or by like nicknames and stuff? You know any other artists that you could see there?
The only artist I've seen is the baby.
That's the only one.
Yeah, everyone's seen the baby. I know I'm not the only person that told you that. Somebody at that restaurant.
Yeah, no.
That kid's going crazy right now. He's one of the biggest urban acts right now. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? He was a kid that we was on before him, and he blew by us, like, you know, so that's what kind of the animosity is between us. He paid us for a feature a while ago, we had a problem clearing the record, so it's always been kind of weird with us, you know, but we have a new record coming out that's supposed to be big, we're having problems, his management, our management, so we're actually up there sitting there like, yo, let's go highlight that nigga, like, let's go talk to him, bro.
Which is a good business idea.
Let's go talk to him, like, I'm telling him, like, yo, let's go to him, my brother, bro. He's not on that, bro. He's like, man, fuck this nigga.
Hothead.
He's like, nah, now he's not hothead. He's just like, fuck this nigga, bro. Like, I'm more talented than this nigga. Now he's in a position that because he's a little bit hotter than me right now, because when they did this song originally, my brother was like one of the hottest niggas on the internet. I don't know if you know about the situation with him getting arrested.
No.
Yeah, so my brother was arrested on some crazy shit. That was another reason why he just needed that to be around him to hit. So after that, they just started moving funny, which is weird. And Tory doesn't like his manager because it's not even the baby, it's the managers. The manager, it's like say like you're black and white, you feel me? And there's a detective that's always giving you a problem. And then now you're bigger than the detective, like, you know what I'm saying? So now you're just shitting on the day, like they're just moving weird, like, you know. Yeah. So as I'm sitting there, we're sitting there on the only reason we're not downstairs, right? When all those shootings going on is because Tory's saying, nah, I don't want to go talk to him.
Let me ask you something. Obviously, we're here to find out what happened. We're just ruling out any type of issue between you guys over there. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, bro.
Since you guys were upstairs, I understand that 100%. Okay, I believe you. My thing is, why would you leave in the middle of all this shit, bro?
Alright, well, it died
why would you
down,
leave? Because there's guns popping up
on me. Died down.
Gotcha.
And then, bro, the people in the restaurant running out the restaurant. I'm talking about waitresses is running, everyone is running. There's mayhem in the restaurant, bro. Like, I'm talking about, I know nobody paid for their food just now. Prime 112 lost wild money just now.
Fleeing the scene could be taken as a sign of guilt, but it is also a natural reaction when shots are being fired. Most people in the area were trying to distance themselves as much as possible.
You know what I'm saying? It's a mayhem. It's a mayhem, bro. And it's so crazy, bro, because, like, we didn't even want to leave, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's all types of people in the restaurant right now for business purposes, pleasure purposes, you know what I'm saying? We wasn't really trying to leave. But it's after the second shooting was so crazy that it was just like...
Did you guys finish eating or no?
Bro, no, we eat nothing.
Oh, you guys were waiting to eat.
Bro, we had just got there. We had just probably got there 20 minutes before he got there. Like, we just got there, bro. We just flew in from Dallas. Like, just came from Dallas.
Kill this fucking guy.
We've been on the road for this whole memorial. Vegas, fucking 15. Miami, back to LA, boom. Back to, like, just like, all over. So, niggas came home, we went to sleep. Up top, we came home, we went to sleep. I woke up, literally, bro, at like 10 o'clock, bro. Like, woke up, my brother calling me, like, yo, we on the problem talk, you wanna go?
Alright. Copenhagen biker. That's funny. I'm gonna go take my dog to the dog park. $48. Oof, let's go. Have a good one. When I get back, I'll probably play some zombies. So, be ready for that. Round 50. You know? Boom. And take my dish downstairs. Alright, you guys have a good